Sweet Temptation. Written by Cora Reilly. Narrated by Win Ross and Kai Kennicott. Prologue. Cassio. I stared down at my blood-covered hands and then at the lifeless body of my wife. Slowly, I closed the door in case Daniele came by. He didn't need to see more of this. The red roses the maid had bought for Gaia as a gift for our 8th anniversary lay crumpled beside the limp body. Red roses, to match the blood that stained the sheets and her white dress. Picking up my phone, I called Father.
Cassio, don't you have a dinner reservation with Gaia?
Gaia is dead. Silence.
Can you repeat that?
Gaia is dead.
Cassio.
Someone needs to clean this up before the kids see it. Send a cleanup crew and inform Luca. Chapter 1. Cassio. When your wife died, sadness and despair were the expected emotions. But I felt only anger and resentment as I watched the coffin being lowered into her grave. Gaia and I had been married for 8 years. On the day of our anniversary, death had ended our marriage. A fitting end to a bond that had been doomed from the very start. Maybe it was fate that today was the hottest day of the summer. Sweat trickled down my forehead and temple, but the tears wouldn't join in. Father tightened his grip on my shoulder. Was it to steady himself or me? His skin had been pale since his 3rd heart attack, and Gaia's death didn't help matters. He met my gaze worried. Cataracts clouded his eyes. Each day that passed had him fading away even more. The weaker he got, the stronger I needed to be. If you appeared vulnerable, the mafia would eat you whole. I gave him a small nod and then turned back to the grave, my expression steel. Every underboss of the Familia was in attendance. Even Luca Vitiello, our capo, had come from New York with his wife. They all wore their solemn faces, perfect masks, just like mine. They'd soon give me their condolences, whispering fake words of reassurance, when rumors about my wife's early death were already making the rounds. I was glad that neither Daniele nor Simona were old enough to understand what was being said. They didn't realize their mother was dead. Even Daniele, at 2 years old, couldn't grasp the finality of the word dead. And Simona, left without a mother at only 4 months old. A new wave of fury raced through my body, but I shoved it down. Few of the men around me were friends. Most of them were looking for a sign of weakness. I was a young underboss, too young in many eyes. But Luca trusted me to rule over Philadelphia with an iron fist. I wouldn't fail him or my father. After the funeral, we gathered in my mansion for lunch. Sybil, my maid, handed Simona to me. My baby girl had cried all night, but now slept soundly in my arms. Daniele clung to my leg, looking confused. It was the first time he'd sought my closeness since Gaia's death. I could feel all the compassionate looks. Alone with 2 small kids, a young underboss. They were looking for any small crack in my facade. Mother came over with a sad smile and took Simona from me. She'd offered to take care of my children, but she was 64 and had my father to take care of. My sisters gathered around us, cooing at Daniele. Mia picked him up and pressed him to her chest. My sisters, too, had offered their help, but each of them had their own small children to take care of, and they didn't live close by, except for Mia.
You look tired, son,
Father said quietly. I didn't get much sleep these last few nights. Since their mother's death, neither Daniele nor Simona had slept more than 2 hours at a time. The image of Gaia's bloody dress crossed my mind, but I shoved it away.
You need to look for a mother for your children,
Father said, leaning heavily on his walking stick.
Mansueto,
Mother exclaimed under her breath.
We buried Gaia today.
Father patted her arm but looked at me. He knew I didn't need time to mourn Gaia, but we needed to keep decorum in mind. Not to mention that I wasn't sure I wanted another woman in my life. What I wanted was irrelevant, though. Every aspect of my life was dictated by ironclad rules and traditions.
The children need a mother, and you need someone who will take care of you,
Father said.
Gaia never took care of him,
Mia muttered. She too hadn't forgiven my late wife.
Not here, not today,
I clipped. She snapped her mouth shut. I suppose you already have someone in mind for Cassio? My eldest sister, Ilaria, told Father with a roll of her eyes. Every captain and underboss with a daughter of marrying age will already have contacted Dad, Mia said quietly. Father hadn't talked to me about it yet, because he knew I wouldn't have listened. However, Mia was likely right. I was a hot commodity, the only unmarried underboss in the Familia. Luca and his wife Aria came over. I gave my family a sign to be silent. Luca shook my hand again, and Aria smiled at my children. If you need to step back from your duties for a while, let me know, Luca said.
No,
I said immediately. If I gave up my position now, I'd never get it back. Philadelphia was my city and I would rule over it. Luca inclined his head.
I know it's not a good day to discuss matters, but my Uncle Felix approached me.
Father nodded, as if he knew what Luca was going to say.
It is a reasonable idea.
I motioned for them to follow me outside into the garden.
What is it?
If I didn't know the circumstances of your wife's death, I wouldn't have broached the subject today. It's disrespectful. Luca only knew what I'd told him. Father shook his head.
We can't wait the expected year. My grandchildren need a mother.
What is it you have to discuss? I asked Luca. Tired of my father and him knowing what was going on and leaving me in the dark.
My Uncle Felix has a daughter who isn't promised.
She could become your wife. A union between Philadelphia and Baltimore would solidify your power, Cassio, Luca said. Felix Rizzo ruled as underboss over Baltimore. He'd gained the position by marrying one of Luca's aunts. Not because he was good at the job, but he was a tolerable man. I didn't remember his daughter.
Why isn't she married yet?
As the daughter of a high-ranking made man, she would have been promised to someone in the Familia for years, unless something was wrong with her. Luca and Father exchanged a look which raised my alarms.
She was promised to the son of a captain, but he got killed during a Bratva attack last year.
Quickly recognizing my troubled expression, Father added,
She didn't know him. She only met him once when she was 12.
There was more.
You could marry her in early November. That way the wedding wouldn't be too close to Gaia's funeral.
Why November? That's when she turns 18, Luca said. I stared at him and my father. Had they lost their mind?
The girl is almost 14 years younger than me.
Given your circumstances, she's the best option, Cassio, Father said imploringly.
All the other available daughters of high-ranking made men are even younger.
And I doubt you'd be willing to marry a widow given your past experiences. My expression became hard. Today isn't the right time to discuss this. Luca inclined his head. Don't wait too long. Felix wants to find a match for Julia as quick as possible. I gave a terse nod, then returned inside. Mother was trying to calm Simona, who'd started crying, and Mia was on her way out of the living room with Daniele in mid-tantrum. I needed a wife. However, today I didn't have the mental capability to make that kind of decision. Faro handed me a martini before he sank down in the armchair across from mine in my office. You look like shit, Cassio. I gave him a tight smile. Another sleepless night. Taking a sip from his drink, he gave me a disapproving look. Say yes to Rizzo. You need a wife. You could have one in less than 4 months. He desperately wants you and his family, saving his sorry ass, or else he wouldn't have waited all these weeks for you to make up your mind. I'm sure he could have found another husband for his daughter by now. I drank half of my martini in one sip. Almost 14 years between us. You realize I'll be waiting for that girl to turn 18. Then you'll have to marry a widow. Do you really want a woman who's hung up on another man after the thing with Gaia? He asked quietly. I grimaced. Most of these days I tried to forget Gaia, and even Daniele had stopped asking for his mother, realizing she wouldn't be coming back. He'd become awfully quiet ever since, never saying a single word. No, I said harshly. No widow. Not only did I not want to risk a repeat performance, but all the widows on the market had kids, and I didn't want my children to have to share her attention. They needed all the care and love they could get. They were suffering, and no matter how much I tried, I wasn't the person who could give them what they needed. For heaven's sake, call Rizzo. What's the problem? The girl will be of age soon. I give him a look. Other men would kill for a chance to have a sexy young girl in their bed once more. Yet you play woe is me when one is offered to you on a silver platter. If we weren't childhood friends, I would have relieved you of one of your fingers for that tone, I said. Good thing we're friends then, Faro said, raising his glass. After yet another night full of screaming, I called Felix in the morning. Hello, Felix. It's Cassio. Cassio, what a pleasure. I assume you've come to a decision regarding a bond with my daughter. I'd like to marry her. That wasn't exactly the truth. She was the only option to save my sanity. I can't wait long. You know I have 2 small children who need a mother. Of course. Julia is very caring. We could set up the wedding for early November, a day after Julia's 18th birthday. I gritted my teeth. All right. That's reasonable. I'd like you to meet her before so we can discuss the details for the feast. It'll be a lot of work to set up a grand wedding on such short notice. You insist on a big celebration? Yes. Julia is our only daughter, and my wife wants to organize something special for her. With her son, she couldn't really plan as much as she wanted. Not to mention, considering our status, it'll be an important social gathering, Cassio. I can't be involved in the planning. I have enough on my plate as it is, so your wife would have to do everything. That won't be a problem. Let's discuss the details when you come over, shall we? When can you make it? Sybil planned to spend the weekend at my house to keep an eye on the kids. In 2 days, but I can't stay long. Perfect. You made the right decision, Cassio. Julia is wonderful.
Julia. Dad was acting strange during dinner. He kept staring at me as if he was on the verge of saying something but never did. Mom looked like she'd gotten an invitation to an exclusive Chanel summer sale. When I was done with dinner, I waited for Dad to excuse me. I wanted to finish the painting I began this morning. Now that I was finished with high school, I'd been using my free time to improve my painting skills. He cleared his throat.
We need to talk to you.
Okay, I said slowly. The last time Dad began a conversation like that, he told me that my fiancé had been killed during a Bratva attack. It hadn't hit me like it should have, considering our planned future, but I'd only met him once, and that had been many years ago. Mom had been the only one who'd cried bitter tears, mainly because his death meant I was left without a fiancé at 17. That was a scandal in the making.
We found you a new husband.
Oh, I said. It wasn't that I hadn't expected to be married off soon, but given my age, I was hoping they would have involved me in the process of finding my future husband.
He's underboss.
It burst out of Mom as she beamed at me. My eyebrows rose. No wonder she was enthusiastic. My late fiancé had only been the son of a captain. Nothing to get too excited about, in Mom's opinion. I racked my brain for an underboss close to my age, but came up empty-handed. Who is he? Dad avoided my eyes.
Cassio Moretti.
My mouth dropped open. Dad often talked to me about business if he needed to vent because Mom wasn't interested in the details. The name Moretti had been making the rounds for months now. The cruelest underboss of the Familia had lost his wife and was now left to raise his 2 little kids alone. Speculations on how and why his wife had died were rampant, but only the capo knew the details. Some said Moretti had killed his wife in a rage, while others said she'd become sick living under a strict rule. There were even people that speculated she'd killed herself to escape his cruelty. Neither rumor made me want to meet the man, much less marry him. He's much older than me, I said eventually.
13 years, Julia. He's a man in his prime,
Mom admonished. Why does he want me? I hadn't even met him. He didn't know me, and what was worse, I had no clue how to raise kids.
You are a Rizzo. The joining of 2 important families is always desirable, Mom said.
I looked at Dad, but he was staring at his wine glass. The last thing he said to me about Cassio Moretti was that Luca made him underboss because the 2 of them were alike. Both irrevocably cruel, pitiless, and built like bulls. And now, he was giving me to a man like that. When? I asked. Given Mom's excitement, all the details must have already been decided.
1 day after your birthday, Mom said.
I'm surprised you waited for me to become of age. It's not like we're a law-abiding society in general. Mom pursed her lips.
I hope you get rid of that snappiness before you meet Cassio. A man like him won't tolerate your insolence.
My hands curl into fists under the table. Mom was likely the driving force behind the marriage. She was always trying to better our position in the Familia. She smiled, then stood.
I better start looking for a location. This will be the event of the year.
She patted my cheek like I was a cute little poodle who'd won her a trophy in a dog show. Noticing my sour expression, she frowned.
I'm not sure Cassio will approve of your sullenness or your bangs. She looks fine, Ejediah, Dad said firmly. She looks pretty and young, not sophisticated and ladylike.
If Cassio wants a lady, he should stop robbing cradles, I muttered. Mom gasped, clapping a hand over her heart like I would single-handedly bring her into an early grave. Dad tried to mask a laugh by coughing. Mom wasn't fooled. She pointed a warning finger at him.
Talk some sense into your daughter. You know Cassio. I always told you to be stricter with her.
She turned and left with a swoosh of her long skirt. Dad sighed. He gave me a tired smile.
Your mother only wants the best for you. She wants what's best for our standing. How's marrying a cruel old man good for me, Dad? Come on, Dad said, standing. Let's take a walk in the garden. I followed him. He held out his arm and I took it. The air was warm and humid and hit me like a wrecking ball. Cassio isn't that old, Julia, only 31. I tried to think of men his age, but I never really paid attention to men. Wasn't Luca around his age? Thinking of my cousin wasn't a consolation. He scared me senseless. If Cassio was like that. What if he was a disgusting fat brute? I looked up at Dad. His brown eyes softened. Don't look at me like I betrayed you. Becoming Cassio's wife isn't as bad as you might think. Irrevocably cruel, that's what you called him. Do you remember? Dad nodded guiltily. To his men and the enemy, not you. How can you be sure? Why did his wife die? How? What if he killed her? Or abused her so horribly that she took her own life? I sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Dad pushed my bangs out of my face. I've never seen you so scared, he sighed. Luca assured me that Cassio didn't have a hand in his wife's death. Do you trust Luca? Didn't you tell me he's trying to establish his power? I shouldn't have told you so much. And how can Luca be sure of what happened to Mrs. Moretti? You know how it is. Even a capo doesn't get involved in family matters. Dad gripped my shoulders. Cassio won't lay a hand on you if he knows what's good for him. We both know Dad couldn't do anything once I was married to Cassio. And if we were being honest, he wasn't someone who would risk getting into a conflict he would lose. Luca preferred Cassio to my father. If he had to choose between the two, Dad would find a quick end. He'll come to meet you tomorrow. I took a step back, shocked. Tomorrow? Chapter 2. Julia. Mom had been very clear that I wouldn't meet Cassio until our official introduction during dinner. I was supposed to stay in my room all afternoon, while my parents and my future husband discussed my future, as if I was a 2-year-old without an opinion. Dressed in my favorite denim overall dress, and beneath it a white tank top with sunflowers. I crept out of my room while I heard the bell. Barefoot, I made no noise as I tiptoed toward the upper landing, avoiding every creaking board. I knelt down to make myself smaller and peered through the banister. From the sound of the voices, my parents were exchanging pleasantries with 2 men. Dad came into view, smiling his official smile, followed by Mother, who radiated delight. Then 2 men came into my field of vision. It wasn't difficult to guess which one was Cassio. He towered over Dad and the second man. Now I got why they compared him to Luca. He was broad and tall, and the dark 3-piece suit made him appear even more imposing. His expression was steel. Even my mother batting her eyelashes didn't tease a smile out of him. At least his companion looked like he wanted to be here. Cassio didn't look old, and definitely not fat. His muscles showed even through the layers of fabric he wore. His face was all sharp angles and dark stubble. It was an intentional stubble. Not the one screaming lack of time or care. Cassio was a grown man. A very imposing, powerful man, and I had only finished high school. What were he and I supposed to talk about? I loved modern art, drawing, and Pilates. I doubted any of those things mattered to a man like him. Torture and money laundry were most likely his favorite pastimes. And maybe the occasional whore. Anxiety tightened my insides. In less than 4 months, I'd have to sleep with this man, with this stranger, with a man who might have driven his wife into death. A flicker of guilt filled me. I was making assumptions. Cassio had lost his wife and was left to tend to his children by himself. What if he was a man in mourning? He didn't look it, though. Still,
Considering that men in our world learn to hide their true feelings from a young age, his lack of emotion didn't mean anything.
Why don't we go into my office for a glass of my best cognac and chat about the marriage? Dad motioned down the corridor.
Cassio inclined his head. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly in the kitchen. Our chef's preparing a feast for tonight, Mom said enthusiastically. Both Cassio and his companion gave my mother a tight-lipped smile. Did that man ever truly smile? With his eyes and his heart? I waited until they had all disappeared from view before I hurried downstairs and slipped inside the library, which was right beside the office. I pressed my ear against the connecting door to listen in on the conversation.
The union will be good for you and me both, Dad said.
Have you told Julia about the bond yet? Hearing my name in Cassio's deep voice for the very first time made my heart speed up. I'd hear him say it for the rest of my life. Dad cleared his throat. Even without seeing him, I knew he was uncomfortable.
Yes, last night.
How did she react?
Julia is aware that it's an honor to marry an underboss.
I rolled my eyes. I really wished I could see their faces. That doesn't answer my question, Felix. Cassio reminded my father with a hint of annoyance in his voice. She'll not only become my wife. I need a mother for my children. You realize that, yes?
Julia is a very caring and responsible woman.
The word didn't fall easily from Dad's lips. And it took me a moment to realize he meant me. I didn't feel like a woman yet.
She's kept watch over her brother's child on occasion and enjoyed it.
I'd played with my brother's toddler for a few minutes when they visited, but I had never changed a diaper or fed a child.
I can assure you, Julia will satisfy you.
My cheeks heated. There was a moment of silence.
Had Cassio and his companion misunderstood Dad's words like I had?
Dad cleared his throat again.
Have you told Luca yet?
Last night, after our call, yes.
They began discussing an upcoming meeting with the capo, which caused me to zone out for a bit, getting lost in my thoughts.
I need to call home, and Faro and I would like to relax for a bit before dinner. We've had a long day, Cassio said.
Of course. Why don't you go ahead through that door? The library's quiet. We still have an hour until I introduce you to my daughter.
I stumbled away from the door when steps rang out behind it.
The handle moved, and I quickly rushed behind one of the bookshelves, pressing myself against it. I glanced toward the door. Cassio and Faro stepped inside. Dad gave them another fake smile, then closed the door, locking me in with them. How was I supposed to get out of the library and upstairs with Cassio and his companion around?
And? Faro asked. Cassio moved further into the room and closer to me.
He was frowning, but some of the vigilance had disappeared.
Exhausting. Mrs. Rizzo in particular. I hope her daughter doesn't take after her.
I pursed my lips in indignation. Mom was exhausting, true, but his words rubbed me the wrong way. Have you seen a photo of her?
Faro picked up one of the frames from the side table, chuckling. Peering through the gap in the books, my eyes widened in horror. He held it up for Cassio to see. I was 9 years old in that photo and grinning widely, showing off my braces. 2 small sunflowers were attached to the sides of my pigtails, and I was dressed in a polka-dotted dress with red rubber boots. Dad loved that photo of me and had refused to remove it despite Mom's nagging. Now I wished he'd listened to her. "Fuck it, Faro. Put that down," Cassio said sharply, making me wince. I feel like a fucking pedophile looking at that child. Faro put the frame down.
She's a cute kid.
It could be worse. I sincerely hope she got rid of those braces and awful bangs. My hand flew to my bangs. A mix of anger and mortification washed over me.
It works for the schoolgirl look, Faro said. I don't want to fuck a goddamn schoolgirl. I flinched and my elbow collided with a book. It fell over in the shelf. Oh no. Silence descended over the room. I looked around frantically for an escape. Ducking my head, I tried to slip into the next aisle. Too late. A shadow fell over me, and I collided with a hard body. I stumbled back into the shelf. My tailbone hit the hard wood, causing me to cry out in pain. My head shot up, my cheeks flaming. I'm sorry, sir, I blurted. My proper upbringing be damned. Cassio stared down at me, glowering. Then, realization settled on his features. As far as first impressions went, this could have gone smoother.
Cassio.
I'm sorry, sir.
I looked down at the girl before me. She watched me with huge blue eyes and parted lips. Then I realized who the girl was. Julia Rizzo, my future wife. I stared. Beside me, Faro was holding back laughter. But I wasn't close to fucking amusement. The woman, the girl, who would become my wife in less than 3 months had just called me Sir. My eyes raked over her body, taking in her bare feet, slender legs, ugly denim dress, and the flowery atrocity she wore as a top. Finally, my eyes settled on her face. She still had bangs, but the rest of her hair was long and wavy, trailing down her bare shoulders. She raised her eyes when I didn't make a move to let her pass and stiffened, obviously surprised by my unwavering attention. I had to admit that the bangs didn't look half bad. She was very pretty. A lovely girl. That was the problem. Dressed as she was, she looked like a teenage girl, not a woman. Definitely not a wife and mother. She touched her bangs with shaking fingers, a blush creeping over her cheeks. She must have heard everything we'd said. I sighed. This was a bad idea. I knew it from the start. But things had been agreed upon, and now there was no going back. She would become my wife, and hopefully never call me sir again. She dropped her hand and straightened.
Excuse me, sir. I don't mean to offend you, but you shouldn't be alone with me without supervision, much less stand this close to me.
Faro gave me a look that made it clear he was close to pissing himself. I narrowed my eyes at Julia, not stepping back. But I had to admit I liked that she stood up to me despite the power I held. You know who I am?
Yes. You are underboss in Philadelphia? But I fall under the rule of my father, not yours. And even if I did, honor forbids me to be alone with a man I'm not married to.
That's true, I said quietly. But in less than 4 months, you will be my wife. She tipped her chin up, trying to look taller. Her show was impressive, but her shaking fingers and wide eyes betrayed her fear. How I see it, you spied on us. We had a confidential conversation that you barged in on without permission, I said in a low voice. She looked away.
I was in the library when you came in and startled me.
Faro started laughing beside me. I silenced him with a glare and heaved a sigh. I didn't have the patience for drama. For weeks, I'd hardly slept through a night. The maids took most of the work off my hands, but Simona's crying woke me anyway. I needed a mother for my children, not another child to take care of. Faro, can you give us a moment? Julia regarded me with uncertainty, still backed into that shelf. I took a step away from her, giving her the appropriate space. Faro left and closed the door.
This is inappropriate,
she said in a soft voice. I want to have a quick word with you. Later, Your parents will be around and we won't have time to talk.
My mother will do all the talking. She's exhausting like that.
Was she teasing me? Her face was curious and cautious. That wasn't meant for your ears. I motioned toward the armchairs. Will you talk to me? She tilted her head as if she tried to understand me.
Of course.
I waited for her to sit before I took my own seat. She crossed her legs, then smoothed her bangs again, but flushed when she saw me watching. Her nose twitched.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell my mother about this.
Don't call me sir, I growled. She winced, stunned.
What am I supposed to call you?
How about you call me Cassio? I'll be your husband soon. She released a shaky breath.
November.
Yes, once you turn 18.
Does it make a difference? How do a few months make me a viable wife when I'm not now?
You're too young either way, but I'll feel more comfortable marrying you when you're of age officially. She pursed her lips and shook her head. I have 2 small children who need taking care of. Daniele is 2, almost 3 then, and Simona will be 10 months when we marry.
Can you show me photos?
She asked, surprising me. I took out my phone and showed her my background, a photo taken shortly before Gaia's death, but she wasn't in it. Daniele was cradling his 4-month-old sister in his arms. I watched Giulia's face. Her expression softened and she smiled. An unguarded, honest smile. Not like the smiles I was used to from the women in our circles. That too showed how young she was. Not yet jaded and guarded.
They are adorable.
And how cute he's holding her. She smiled at me, then became serious.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I don't want to talk about my dead wife, I clipped. She nodded quickly and bit her lip. Fuck. Why did she have to look cute and innocent? There were so many teenage girls who plastered their faces with enough makeup to add 10 years to their true age. Not Giulia. She looked like 17, and she wouldn't miraculously look older in 4 months when she turned 18. I'd have to ask her mother to put lots of makeup on her face for the wedding day. She tugged her hair behind one ear, revealing a sunflower earring. Do you always dress like this? I motioned to her attire. She glanced down her body with a small frown.
I like dresses.
The blush on her cheeks darkened when she looked at me. I like dresses too, I said. Elegant dresses, fitting for a woman. I expect you to dress more elegant in the future. You have to convey a certain image to the outside. If you give me your measurements, I'll send someone out to buy you a new wardrobe. She stared. Understood? I asked when she remained silent. She blinked, then nodded. Good, I said. There won't be an official engagement celebration. I don't have time for it, and I don't want us to be seen together in public before you're of age.
Will I meet your children before we marry? Or see your mansion?
No, we won't see each other until November, and you will meet Daniele and Simona the day after our wedding.
Don't you think it would be good if we got to know each other before we marry?
I don't see how that matters, I said sharply. She looked away.
Is there anything else you expect from me, except for a change in wardrobe?
I considered asking her to start the pill because I didn't want any more children. But I couldn't bring myself to talk to a girl her age about it, which was ridiculous considering I'd have to bed her on our wedding night. I stood. No. Now you should probably leave before your parents realize we were alone. She stood, then regarded me for a moment, cupping her elbows in her palms. She turned and left without another word. After she'd left, Faro came back inside. He raised his eyebrows. "What did you say? The girl looked like she was going to cry." My brows drew together. "Nothing." "I doubt it, but if you say so."
Chapter 3. Julia. I was still shaking when I entered my bedroom after my first encounter with Cassio. He had been intense and cold, not to mention dominant, ordering me to change my wardrobe. How dare he? "There you are, where have you been?" Mom said, ushering me toward my walk-in closet. "We need to get you ready, for God's sake, Julia, what are you wearing?" She tugged at my clothes until I started undressing, still in trance. Mom gave me a curious look. "What's with you?" "Nothing," I said quietly. Mom turned to the selection of dresses she must have spread out on the bench before I'd arrived. "I can't believe you don't own a single decent dress." I'd always avoided going to official events because I hated the insincere schmoozing and backstabbing attitude of those who attended them. "What's wrong with the dresses I own?" Mom had chosen the 3 least quirky dresses from my collection. All of them were in my favorite retro Audrey Hepburn style. Mom picked up a sky blue dress with white dots. "Don't you have anything single-colored?" "No," I said. Had she never paid attention to my clothes? I had Dad to thank for the freedom to wear what I liked. While he was conservative, he had trouble saying no to me. Mom had no choice but to bow to his command. Mom sighed, then handed the blue dress to me. This matches your eyes. Let's hope Cassio isn't put off by the ridiculous style." I put the dress on without a word, remembering Cassio's words about my clothes and my bangs. "Put on makeup, Julia. You need to look older." I gave her an exasperated expression, but she was already on her way out. "And wear heels." Taking a deep breath, I blinked to stop the tears from falling. I'd been lucky so far. I preferred to turn a blind eye to the realities of mob life, but I knew what went on behind closed doors. Our world was a cruel one. Dad had been good to me, but I'd seen how many of my cousins had been abused by their fathers, how my uncles treated their wives. My last fiancé had been close to my age, a quiet, almost shy boy that Dad had chosen to protect me. I could have held my ground against him in a marriage. That would be a difficult task with Cassio. I didn't like to give in to negative emotions, but my fear was an acute pain in my chest. Grabbing blue heels, I headed for my vanity. My eyes were glassy when I checked my reflection. I put on more makeup than usual, but still much less than Mom and Cassio probably expected. When I made my way downstairs for the official introductions, I'd managed to calm myself. My eyes still felt too warm from almost crying, but my smile didn't waver when I descended the stairs toward Dad, Cassio, and his companion Faro. Dad took my hand, squeezing it as he led me toward my future husband. Cassio's expression was a masterpiece of controlled politeness as he regarded me. His eyes were dark blue like the depth of the ocean, and gave the impression that they could swallow you just as easily as the bottomless sea. Disapproval flashed across his face when he took in my dress. "Cassio, meet my daughter Julia." A hint of warning rang in Dad's voice, which bounced right off Cassio's stoic demeanor. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Julia." His mouth pulled into an almost non-existent smile as he took my hand and kissed it. I trembled. Dark blue eyes flashed up to mine, and I straightened my spine. "The pleasure is all mine, sir. Cassio." Dad glanced between Cassio and me, worried. Maybe he finally realized that he'd thrown me to a wolf. Dad tried to intimidate my future husband with a dark look, but a sheep didn't become a predator by wearing a wolf fur. And Dad had never been more than prey amongst the bloodthirsty monsters in our circles. Cassio straightened, ignoring Dad, and motioned toward his companion. That's my right hand and consigliere, Faro. I held out my hand, but Faro didn't take it, and only politely inclined his head. Dropping my arm, I shifted closer to Dad, who scanned my face. He looked torn, and I felt sick satisfaction over his obvious conflict. I'll send over a new wardrobe for Julia. Please tell your wife to take your daughter's measurements, Cassio said. I need a woman at my side, not a girl. That was too much for Dad. Maybe this was a mistake and I should cancel our agreement. Cassio moved in front of Dad, staring down at him with a look that turned my stomach. We shook hands on the engagement, Felix. We settled matters with Luca. Everything is agreed upon. Given that we decided against a separate engagement, that makes Julia my fiancée. And I'm telling you now that nobody, least of all you, will prevent this marriage. Maybe Cassio hadn't wanted me, but he certainly wouldn't allow anyone to take me away from him. I held my breath. This was Dad's home, and he ruled over this city. He only bowed down to Luca, certainly not to another underboss. At least, that was how it should have been. Yet, Dad cleared his throat and lowered his eyes. I have no intention of canceling our arrangement. I was only making a point. What point? Cassio's expression asked the same question. Mom barged in that moment, completely oblivious to what was going on. Dinner's ready. Her smile fell when she saw us. Cassio held his arm out for me to take. I glanced at Dad, but he avoided my eyes. The message was clear. From this day on, Cassio would lead the way. I put my palm on my fiancé's strong forearm. If Dad couldn't protect me anymore, that meant I'd have to protect myself. Cassio led me into the dining room, following Mom, who was babbling about possible color schemes for our wedding. Cassio probably didn't care the slightest bit. As a man, he wouldn't even have to pretend otherwise. Unlike me, the happy future bride. When we arrived at the dining table, he pulled out the chair for me. Thank you. I sank down, smoothing out my dress. Cassio took the seat across from me. His eyes lingered on my bangs before they moved on to my flower earrings, probably deciding what new haircut he'd order me to get and what jewelry to buy for me. He wanted to turn me into the wife he wanted, mold me like clay. Maybe he thought my age made me a spineless marionette that would bow down to her master at the slightest tug of her strings. I met his gaze. I'd learned the subtle art of getting my way with a smile and kindness. The only way a woman could get what she wanted in our world. Would it work with Cassio? Dad always melted when I batted my lashes. But I had a feeling Cassio wouldn't be easily swayed. A week later, 2 packages filled with dresses, skirts, and blouses arrived on our doorstep. Mom could hardly contain her excitement as she unpacked clothes by Max Mara, Chanel, Ted Baker, and many other of her favorite designers. The dresses were pretty and elegant. They weren't me at all. I understood Cassio's need to portray a certain image to the public, and at official events, I definitely wouldn't have worn my sunflower dress. I just wished he'd asked me to buy a few elegant clothes and not bought them for me as if he didn't value my opinion, which was, of course, the case.
Cassio. The 4 months until November flew by. An endless row of sleepless nights, teary tantrums, and hard workdays. On the morning of my stag night, I squatted in front of Daniele. He was staring down at the iPad, watching a series he liked. His hair was tousled in the front and knotted in the back, but he refused to let Sybil comb it. I hadn't had the patience to hold him while she did it. We'd have to buzz it short once the wedding was over. Daniele, I need to talk to you. He didn't look up. I reached for the iPad, but he twisted around. Give it to me. His small shoulders rounded in. It was his only reaction. I grabbed the device and pulled it away. Soon someone will move in with us. She'll be your new mom. She'll take care of you and Simona. Daniele's face scrunched up, and he threw himself at me, pummeling my legs with his little fists. That's enough, I thundered, grabbing his arms. My anger disappeared, seeing tears running down his face. Daniele. I tried to tug him to my chest, but he squirmed away. Eventually, I released him. In the days after Gia's death, Daniele had sought my closeness. Now he was back to ignoring me. I wasn't sure what Gaia had told him before her death, but it was clear that it made Daniele resent me. I put the iPad down in front of him, then straightened. Without another word, I left and went upstairs to Simona's room. The nanny hurried out. In a few days, I'd finally be able to get rid of the nannies, and Giulia would take care of Simona. I bent over the crib. Simona stared up at me and smiled a toothless grin. I gently slipped my palms under her tiny body and lifted her into my arms. Cradling her against my chest, I stroked her dark blonde head. Both Daniele and her had inherited their mother's hair color and eyes. Pressing a kiss to Simona's forehead, I remembered the first time I did it 2 days after she was born. Gaia had refused to have me present while she gave birth to our daughter, and only allowed me near her on the second day. Anger resurfaced as it always did when I remembered the past. Simona babbled and I kissed her forehead again. She cried when someone other than my sister's mother or I held her. I could only hope she'd quickly grow used to Giulia's presence. I put her back down even though her cries tore at my heart. I needed to get ready for a meeting with Luca, and then my stag night after. An hour before the official start of my stag night, which Faro had organized for me, I met with Luca in my office. He and his wife Aria had arrived a day early so he could see how business was going in Philadelphia. He wouldn't find reason to worry. I'd foregone sleep to make sure everything worked smoothly in my city. Luca and I settled on the armchairs in my office. I was surprised he'd agreed to come along to my stag party. Since his marriage to Aria, he'd pulled back a bit. My aunt went all out with the wedding planning, Lucas said as he lounged in the armchair. She thought of everything from doves and ice sculptures to silk bed linen. White silk bed linen. Linen I was supposed to stain with my young wife's blood on our wedding night. I took a sip from my scotch, then lowered it. There won't be a presentation of the sheets because I won't be sleeping with Giulia. Luca lowered his glass slowly, his gray eyes narrowing. He knew it wasn't because of Gaia, even if I hadn't been with another woman since her death. It's tradition. It has been for centuries. I know, and I honor our traditions, but there won't be a presentation of sheets this time. Those words could very well mean my downfall. It wasn't my choice to ignore our traditions. Only Luca could make that decision, and it was clear he wouldn't. I'd considered sleeping with Giulia. She was pretty, but I couldn't get the image of her innocent, wide eyes out of my head, or how young she'd looked in her ridiculous clothes without a touch of makeup. The women of my past had been my age, grown women that could take what I gave. With your first marriage, you had no trouble following our tradition. It's not something you can follow as you see fit, Luca said sharply. The last time I married a woman close to me in age, I'm almost 14 years older than my future wife. She called me sir the first time she saw me. She's a girl. She is of age, Cassio. Today is her birthday. I nodded. You know I do what you ask me to do. You know I rule over Philadelphia without mercy as you expect me to do. But even I have certain lines I'm not willing to cross, and I won't force myself on a girl. She's of age, and nobody says you have to use force. Luca repeated, and I lost my shit. I crashed the glass down on the table. That she is, but I'd still feel like I was manhandling her. You can't honestly believe she'll come willingly into my bed. Perhaps she'll submit because she knows it's her only option, but that's not willing. I have a daughter, Luca, and I wouldn't want her to be with a man 13 years her senior. Luca regarded me for a long time, maybe considering putting a bullet in my head. He didn't tolerate defiance. You will present sheets after your wedding night, Cassio. I opened my mouth to refuse him again. No discussion. How you create bloody sheets is up to you. I sat back, wary. What is it you're suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, Luca said. I'm only telling you that I want to see bloody sheets, and I and everyone else will take them as proof of your wife's honor and your ruthlessness as I expected. Maybe I was wrong, but I was fairly certain Luca was suggesting I fake the bloody sheets. I took another sip of my scotch, wondering if Luca had experienced faking bloodstains. I had been at the presentation of the sheets after his wedding night with Arya, but even as I tried, I couldn't imagine Luca sparing anyone. I had seen him ripping out a man's tongue for disrespecting Arya, and had been there when he'd crushed his uncle's throat. Maybe he was testing me. Maybe he was suggesting something like that so he could see if I was too weak to bed my wife. Growing up in our world, I'd learned to see these warning signs. If I failed a test given by my capo, the end result was inevitable. I'd be removed from my position in the only acceptable way, by death. While I didn't fear dying, I loathed the idea of what that would mean for Daniele and Simona. They'd cruelly lost their mother. If I, too, abandoned them, it would cause horrible trauma to my kids. Showing any kind of weakness in this situation would be fatal. I would not risk my children's health nor my position as underboss. I took a sip. I'll do what you ask of me, Luca, like my father and I have always done. Luca inclined his head, but the tension lingered between us. I'd have to watch my back until I'd proven myself again. Chapter 4. Cassio. Faro handed me a flask. For you. I tugged my tie into place before taking the gift. I won't drink hard liquor today. I thought you could use it to hit yourself over the head if you consider something as stupid as refusing the bloody sheet tradition again. I shoved the flask into the pocket on the inside of my jacket. Don't get started again. Faro glared. Just promise you don't try this faking bloodstains bullshit. Luca was baiting you. Trust me. He fucked that wife of his on their wedding night, even if she cried bitter tears. That's who he is, and who he expects you to be. And come on, Cassio. You are that man, so stop trying to be a better man only because you feel guilty over Gaia. I gripped his throat. We are friends, Faro, but I'm also your boss, so show some respect. Faro spluttered, his brown eyes watering. I'm trying to keep you alive. Julia is a grown woman by age. That's all that should matter. I'm going to fuck her, so get off my back. I gritted out, releasing him. I hadn't seen her since our first and only encounter 4 months ago. But I knew she still looked young, younger than I preferred. A few months wouldn't change that. I could only hope that her mother had followed my instructions and put enough makeup on her face to make her look older. Faro grinned. "Do me a favor and enjoy it, will you? Tonight you'll have a tight young pussy around your cock." He left the room before I could grab him again. I waited at the front of the church for Julia. Faro stood to my right, and across from him waited one of Julia's friends, who looked awfully young. A reminder of my own future wife's age. When the music started, I turned my attention to the entrance of the church where Felix entered with Julia at his side. She was dressed in an elegant long white dress with a long-sleeved lace top. Her hair was pulled up, except for her bangs. She was smiling slightly as her father led her toward me, but her tension was unmistakable. When she arrived in front of me, I noticed the small sunflowers woven into her hair and bridal bouquet. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I caught the hint of defiance in them, surprising me. Then her father handed her to me, and Julia became tenser, her smile wavering. She looked marginally older thanks to the makeup and her elegant dress. Still, her fine-boned, clammy hand in mine and the innocence in her eyes reminded me of her age. Despite her youth, she kept her head high, appearing at ease with the situation. Only I could feel her trembling. Her "I do" was firm, as if this bond was really her choice. While we exchanged the rings, Julia kept throwing uncertain glances up at me. I wasn't sure what she was looking for. Maybe wistfulness or even sadness. I remembered my first wedding. Sadness wasn't part of the feelings when I thought of Gaia. "You may kiss the bride," the priest said. Julia's eyes widened a fraction, as if that part of the ceremony came as a surprise. Hundreds of eyes watched us, one set belonging to my capo. I cupped the back of her head and bent low. She remained frozen, except for her eyes which fluttered shut a moment before I firmly pressed my mouth against hers. Until this moment, physical closeness with Julia had seemed like something that I'd have to force myself to allow. A struggle forgetting her age and the baggage I carried with me. Now, as her soft lips touched mine, and her sweet scent hit me, a deeply buried desire kindled inside me. Claiming her tonight wouldn't be a problem. Being a better man definitely wasn't in my future. I pulled back, causing Julia to open her eyes. She held my gaze, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Then she gave me a small, shy smile. So goddamn innocent. I straightened, looking away from her pretty young face. From the corner of my eye, I saw her puzzled expression before I led her down the aisle and out of church for the congratulations. Faro, of course, was the first to congratulate me. He clapped my shoulder with a challenging smile. "And how was the first taste of your young wife?" he asked in a low voice. I scowled. He knew very well that I rarely shared information like that. It didn't stop him from asking, of course. He stepped back and faced Julia, giving a small bow. Her answering smile was the kind of unguarded friendliness that gave proof of her age. As my wife, she'd have to learn to be more restrained. Gaia had been the perfect hostess and trophy wife, poised and a master of social etiquette, a quick liar, someone who smiled at you one moment only to stab you in the back the next. Julia wasn't like that. She'd have to grow up quickly, learn the ins and outs of being an underboss's wife. My eyes lingered on the small sunflowers in her updo. Those would have to go first. Too lighthearted, too quirky. Nothing I appreciated. The sunflower earrings were even worse. She should have worn the jewelry I sent her. I leaned down to her. Why didn't you wear the diamond earrings I bought for you?
Julia. I jumped at the cold disapproval in his voice. Mom and Dad headed toward us to congratulate us, which didn't give me much time for a reply. They didn't match the flower arrangement. I'd fought Mom for weeks over having sunflowers as part of my bridal flowers. Eventually, Dad had settled the matter in my favor, as he usually did. You shouldn't have chosen sunflowers. Next time I send you something to wear, I expect you to do it. I blinked, too stunned for a reply. He straightened. For him, this matter was settled. He'd given an order and naturally expected me to obey. There was no doubt in his mind that I would. His expression was steel when he shook Dad's hand. Mom pulled me into an embrace, dragging my eyes away from my husband. A frown appeared on her face. "Look happy, Julia," she whispered. "Don't you realize how lucky you are? I'd have never thought we'd manage to marry you off to an underboss, considering all of them were already married. This is such a stroke of luck." My smile felt stiff. What was a stroke of luck? That Gaia Moretti had died, leaving 2 small children behind? That I was married to the man who might be responsible for her death? Mom's expression pinched. "For God's sake, try to look happy. Don't ruin this for us." Mom didn't even realize how cruel she was. Luckily, Dad stepped up to me and hugged me. I sank into him. He and I had always been closer, but recently my resentment had clouded our relationship. "You look beautiful." "I don't think Cassio agrees," I muttered. Dad pulled back, searching my face. His guilt and worry added another weight to my already heavy heart. "I'm sure he appreciates your beauty," Dad said quietly. I kissed Dad's cheek, and he reluctantly moved away to make room for Cassio's parents. I'd never talked to them, and had only seen them from afar at a couple of social functions. Mr. Moretti shared Cassio's dark blue eyes, but his were clouded, and his impressive size was diminished by the fact that he supported his weight on a cane. Cassio's mother was elegant and beautiful, with dark blonde hair pulled into a perfect chignon. Behind her, Cassio's sisters waited, no less graceful and poised. That was how I was supposed to be. Cassio didn't want me for myself. He wanted me to become someone he required, accessories in his life. I could hardly force food down my tight throat during dinner. Cassio didn't talk to me, only to his father and Luca. I sat beside him like arm candy. Maybe it was for the best. Every time he talked to me so far, he ordered me around and intimidated me only more. Considering that I'd have to share a bed with him tonight, I preferred his silence. The chances of me passing out were high, anyway. I slanted a look at Cassio. His facial features were attractive in an edgy way. Sharp cheekbones, a strong jaw, and the dark stubble. I'd never seen him in less than a 3-piece suit, but his muscles were unmistakable. "My brother played football in high school," Mia whispered, surprising me. I hadn't said much to her yet. We were strangers despite being sisters-in-law, not to mention she was 10 years older than me. Heat rose into my cheeks, realizing she must have noticed me staring at Cassio. I couldn't even imagine Cassio going to high school. "You finished this summer, right?" Mia asked. I nodded with a small smile. "Yes, I thought I'd go to college, but you had to marry my brother." "I would have had to marry either way, but as a wife of an underboss, going to college is out of the question," I said quietly. My mother would have had a heart attack if she'd heard me being this honest with Cassio's sister, but I was tired of trying to pretend. "That's true. You'll be busy raising his kids, so you won't be bored." My heart sped up like it always did, thinking of being responsible for 2 tiny humans. I had absolutely no clue about kids. I'd read countless articles about raising kids in the last 4 months, but reading and doing were 2 very different things. Most of the time I felt like a girl, not a woman, much less a mother. Mia touched my hand. "You'll be fine. I live close by. I can help if you don't know what to do." Cassio must have heard because he frowned. "You have 2 small kids of your own with a 3rd on the way. You'll have your hands full. Julia can handle everything." He seemed to know me better than I did. Or maybe he'd just order me to be a good mother. Mia sighed, but she didn't talk back to him. My stomach knotted even more. I was wound so tightly when it was time for the first dance, I hardly noticed Cassio leading me to the center of the ballroom. The guests gathered around it, watching. My smile was in place. If I'd learned one thing from my mother, it was to smile in the face of adversity. With our difference in height, dancing wasn't easy. If we'd been a real couple, I could have rested my cheek against his sternum. Right now, we were casual acquaintances at best. Cassio led me over the dance floor without a hitch. Sure in his leadership like in every other aspect of our life. My mind was spinning 100 miles an hour imagining our future, imagining tonight. "Why are you trembling?" Cassio asked, startling me. I regarded his emotionless eyes. Did he really not know? "Why don't you order me to stop? Maybe my body obeys your command." Cassio's expression hardened. "I expect you to choose your words more carefully in public. I'm your husband and you'll respect me." I lowered my eyes to his chest, the smile still frozen on my face. Cassio's mouth pressed to my ear as the dance ended. "Understood?" "Understood, sir." Cassio's grip on me tightened, but he didn't get the chance to say more, because it was Dad's turn to dance with me. He kept asking what was wrong, but I really didn't see any reason to tell him. There was nothing he could do, nothing he would do. Mom's lips were moving nonstop during her dance with my husband. From her delighted expression, you'd think she was the happy bride. "It's my turn," Christian said. My smile became less stiff as my brother took over. He gave me a quick smile as we began to dance. I rarely saw him anymore since he'd moved out 5 years ago at 18. Unlike many sons from underbosses, he'd chosen not to work under Dad in Baltimore until he inherited the title himself. Christian had wanted to make a name for himself and had gone to work under the Morettis. "It's so good to see you," I said, hugging him tighter. He gave a terse nod. "It is? You don't look happy that I'll live in the same city as you soon." Christian shook his head. "Not at this price." "You mean being married to Cassio?" Christian looked around, but Cassio was dancing with one of his sisters a good distance away. "He's not the right man for you." "Because he's too old?" Christian let out a derisive laugh. "That's only a small part of why." "Do you know what happened to Gaia?" I hadn't seen my brother since I'd found out I'd marry Cassio. Asking that kind of question over the phone was too dangerous. You never knew if the FBI was listening. "Only Luca, Mansueto, and Cassio know." He hesitated. "And?" "The cleanup crew. Both of them died shortly after in a tragic car accident." For a moment I was sure I hadn't heard him right. My vision was starting to tunnel. Dad said Cassio didn't have a hand in his wife's death. Anger flashed across Christian's face. "Dad needs Cassio's support to stay in power. Dad's a weak boss. It's only a matter of time before others will try to have him removed. With Cassio in the family, people will hesitate. If I already were in power, I wouldn't have given you to him. I would have controlled our men myself. Power plays. It wasn't something I wanted to be a part of, but without my own doing, I'd become the pawn in this deadly game." "You've worked under Cassio the last few years. Is he really that bad?" Christian's expression flickered with regret. "I shouldn't have said anything." I dug my fingers into his arm. "Tell me, please, I need to prepare myself." "Though how could you prepare for that?" "He's effective and brutal. He doesn't tolerate disobedience. He's got his men under control. Few men in our circles are as well respected as him. He's the best underboss that the Familia has at the moment." Christian shook his head. "I should talk to him." "No," I whispered, terrified. If what Christian had said was true, Cassio wouldn't allow my brother to get involved. Christian was a brave man, and he'd be a good underboss one day. But risking his life for me? I wouldn't allow it. "Promise you won't say anything, swear it." "I want to help you." "Then tell me what to do to make this marriage with him work." He laughed mirthlessly. "How would I know?" Our dance ended and he fell silent, his mouth twisting in disgust. "Obey him." Despair weighed down on me. 4 months ago, my main concern was what kind of Pilates course I'd do and if I'd find time to finish a painting. Today, I had to worry about how to please a husband who might have killed his wife and probably the men who cleaned up the scene afterward. Chapter 5. Julia. After the dance with my brother, I wanted nothing more than to find a quiet corner to get a grip. But Cassio's father limped toward me. I gave him a smile as my brother slinked away after a curt nod. Mr. Moretti held out his hand. "Will you give this old man the honor of dancing with the bride?" "Of course, Mr. Moretti," I said with a small curtsy. "Mansueto, please, we're family now." I nodded and took his hand, wondering how this was going to work with his cane. He smiled wistfully. "We'll have to dance in one spot if you're all right with that, young lady." Again, I nodded and stepped a bit closer. He handed his cane to a man I didn't know and lightly touched my back. Then we began to sway to the music. "You're very quiet. From what I hear, you're not a quiet girl." My cheeks heated, wondering who had given him that piece of information. Christian? Definitely not my mother. Mansueto's eyes were kind, but like his son, his reputation was chilling. "My son's reputation makes me proud." He begins as if he could read my mind, which freaked me out. "I know he'll rule over Philadelphia without trouble even once I'm gone. But it's a reputation that might unsettle a young lady, especially as young as yourself." I wasn't sure what to say. I felt like I should contradict him because tradition dictated that I pretend I wasn't unsettled by my husband, but that would have been a lie. And unfortunately, I was a bad liar, much to Mom's chagrin. "My wife and I raised my son to respect women, and from what I know, he does." From what I knew, the bets on him killing his wife in a rampant rage were winning. He didn't appear like someone who would lose control like that, but he had earned his reputation as one of the cruelest leaders in our circles for a reason. And Christian's words had only confirmed my fears. "Thank you for telling me," I said, because I had to say something. I didn't feel consoled. The song ended and we stopped our swaying. Faro stood with his last dance partner to my left. I caught his eye, thinking as best man and consigliere, he'd want to dance. He shook his head with an apologetic smile. "If I ever tire of life, I'll ask for that dance." He turned and asked another woman. Flabbergasted, I stared at Mansueto. He laughed. "Come on, let's head back to the table." "What was that?" I asked, as I followed his slow progress toward the tables where Cassio was still conversing with Luca, as if this was a business meeting and not our wedding. "My son is a bit territorial, I'm afraid. You can dance with family, but please refrain from approaching other men. I'd hate to witness a conflict at your wedding." I waited for his laugh, something that indicated he was joking. He didn't. I stopped, and so did he. "I think I'll freshen up." He nodded, but his expression showed he knew I wanted to run. With a small smile, I turned on my heel and hurried out of the ballroom. I rushed past the restrooms and turned a corner into a deserted corridor, where I leaned against the wall and slowly sank down. My dress bunched around me like a pure white bubble. It wasn't dignified, and if someone found me, there would be a scandal for which Mom would never forgive. I couldn't bring myself to care. This was my life. I wasn't sure how long I sat like that, considering my few options when steps echoed down the hall. With my dress, I didn't have the chance to stand up quickly, so I didn't bother. Mia turned the corner, and upon spotting me, she headed my way with a look of concern. She surprised me when she sank down beside me in her elegant long dress and bulging belly. Cassio is a difficult man, Julia. I won't lie. I chuckled. Difficult, I could deal with. It was the character traits beyond difficult that worried me.
Cassio. All evening, I kept an eye on my wife. She wasn't comfortable with my close proximity. Her trembling during our dance had made that clear. That reaction didn't bode well for tonight. After her dance with my father, Julia hurried out of the room, and Father came over to me. "Would you excuse us for a moment, Luca? I need to have a word with my son." "I'll dance with Arya." Luca gave us a curt nod before he headed over to his wife. "What's the matter?" "Your girl is terrified. She's trying to put up a brave front as she's been taught, but I can see it in her eyes." My gaze rested on the door through which Julia had disappeared. "Don't call her my girl, Father. It makes me feel even older." Father chuckled. "Maybe it's good that you do. That you remember you're given a wife who's been a child not too long ago. That you need to be good to her." I frowned. I have no intention of not being good to her. Being good to her would be difficult, no doubt. "Maybe you should tell her. Talk to her before tonight. It would be wise to take some of her fears away in advance." My mouth tightened. "Father, I'm not going to discuss my wedding night with you." Father smiled. "I'll thank you for that. Go talk to her, Cassio. Do your old man that small favor. When she returns, I'll have a quick word with her. Cruelty has a place, Cassio. Marriage isn't it." I had enough. "Do you want to have another talk about Gaia? Today?" "My concern is that you forget that Julia isn't Gaia. It seems you know my wife better than I do." I walked off, even if I was disrespectful. But Father was no longer underboss. I didn't need his guidance in that regard, nor in my marriage. Mia gave me a hard look from across the room and slipped out as well. Julia had been gone for a while. Sighing, I made my way over to find my young bride. I headed toward the restroom, then followed the sound of low female voices around another corner. I stopped. Mia and Julia were sitting on the ground, their expensive dresses spread out around them. Seeing them beside each other, Julia's age became more apparent again. My sister was younger than me, yet still looked so much older than my wife. It was a sobering realization. The moment Julia spotted me, tension spread in her narrow shoulders. I strode closer. "Let me talk to my wife," I ordered Mia. She glanced between Julia and me before she held out her hand. I helped her to her feet. "Be a husband, not a mobster for once, how about that?" she whispered under her breath. I ignored her. Once she had turned the corner, I held out my hand. "How about we catch some fresh air?" Julia put her hand in mine. Her slender, trembling fingers were clammy. I pulled her to her feet, then put my hand on her back. She didn't say anything as I led her back to the ballroom and toward the French doors leading onto the terrace of the hotel. Her mother's eyes widened, and she glanced at the clock as if I was going to pounce on her daughter outside in the garden before the scheduled bedding time. The guests mingling outside immediately went back inside to give us space. I stopped a good distance away from the windows, then looked down at my wife. With those bangs, she looked awfully cute and pretty, both of which would have been fine if they didn't also make her appear innocent and young. My father told me you're scared. Maybe I should have found a more delicate way to broach the subject, but that wasn't one of my strengths. Her eyes widened, those red lips falling open.
I'm not.
She bit her lower lip and looked away. The moonlight highlighted her smooth skin, unblemished and soft-looking. Will you look at me? She raised her eyes. I ran my thumb over her fingers to the ring, and she shivered slightly. This ring makes you mine. She tensed, and I realized I should have chosen a different wording. Something that didn't sound like I was a Neanderthal about to claim her. Not that it wasn't true. I would claim her tonight, if only to follow traditions we both couldn't evade. And she was mine. But that wasn't what I meant to say. I wasn't sure what to say to set her at ease. Gaia and I hadn't talked much. She'd screamed or cried and sometimes talked sweetly when she wanted something. Tradition binds us, Julia. Not just you, but also me. I'd sworn to protect her, like a husband was supposed to protect his wife. And I would do my best to do a better job this time.
I know of our traditions,
she said quickly, embarrassed. I'm not talking about the bloody sheets. She swallowed.
What are you talking about then?
That, as my wife, you're also entitled to my protection. Julia tilted her head, regarding me curiously.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if I got my point across, but I'd never been a man of many words when feelings were concerned. I do my best to treat her right. Silence fell over us. I could tell that Julia wanted to say something, perhaps even wanted me to say more, but I remained silent. I didn't know my young wife and had no clue what she did all day except for shopping and meeting other women. She was a teenager, and I was not. I hadn't even acted like one when I'd been her age. Let's return. Our guests are waiting. It's almost midnight. She tensed but followed me inside. Chapter 6. Cassio. Luca's uncles, my fellow underbosses that I couldn't stand, were the first to demand I bed my wife. Julia and I stood with my sisters and her parents when the first shout cut through the music. Appreciative roars and clapping followed, and then a chorus of "bed her" came from most of them. Julia's father and her brother did not take part in it. Christian gave me a look that bordered on threatening. At another time, I would have reacted accordingly to that kind of disrespect. Now wasn't that time, however. He was a braver man than his father. I had to give it to him. Julia clutched her wine glass and gave my sister Mia an embarrassed smile. Mia hugged me tightly.
Don't make me kick your ass, big brother. Be good to that girl. She's such a cutie.
I untangled myself from my sister. I would not discuss my sex life with her. Felix gave me a hard look, but we both knew that whatever went on tonight was no longer his responsibility. He certainly loved his daughter, but he also loved power, and if he had to choose between the two... I turned to my wife, tired of everyone shoving their noses into our marriage. Julia gave me a shy look, her cheeks red. I held out my hand, and she took it without hesitation. Her palms were sweaty. Are you ready to go upstairs? I murmured, bending down so only she could hear me. She swallowed but nodded. I turned to our families. if you'll excuse us." Before Julia and I could take our leave, Jedediah hugged her daughter once more and whispered something in her ear that drove a fierce blush into my wife's cheeks. Wineglass still clutched in her hand, she allowed me to lead her away. Again, we didn't talk. I considered saying something reassuring, but the truth was there was nothing to say. And I wasn't a man for those kind of words anyway. Julia took a sip of her wine. She was on her 5th glass, at least. "What did your mother say?" I asked to fill the tense silence between us as we took the elevator up to our suite for the night. The door slid open and we stepped out. Another sip. I stopped and took the glass from her. If she was intoxicated, I'd have to fake those fucking bloodstains after all. "That's enough." "It's ginger ale." I took a sip from the glass, surprised. Julia fumbled with the tiny white purse slung over her shoulder. "I only had 1 glass of sparkling wine at the reception. I didn't want to be drunk." Those big blue eyes hit me. "What did your mother say?" I asked again, leading her the rest of the way to the suite. I unlocked the door. Julia pursed her lips. "That I should please you and try to mask my inexperience." She let out a huff. "Right now, I'm just trying not to pass out from fear." Her eyes widened. I opened the door and motioned for Julia to go in. I followed, and then we were alone in our suite. The living area was vast with 2 sofas and a dining table, where I set down her glass. It wasn't a room we'd use, but it was custom to take the biggest suite of the hotel, even if all we required was a bedroom. I looked down at my young wife, who'd just been vulnerably honest with me. "You don't have to be afraid, Julia. We have all night." Julia glanced around, her eyes lingering on the door to the left leading to our bedroom. "Do you think drawing it out will make it better?" I wasn't sure what would help Julia. "Tell me what would help ease your fears." She considered that. "If I felt like I had a choice." "You have a choice," I said, stepping closer to her. "Do I?" She whispered, peering at me. "Will you really allow me a choice?" I wanted her to have a choice, but I wouldn't show weakness, not in front of Luca, not after I'd already displayed such during our meeting. He wouldn't have reason to doubt me. Not even my wife's pretty face and her cute smile could soften my resolve. But a non-existent choice could still feel like a choice. "I know what's expected, Cassio. I know what it would mean for you and my father if we don't present sheets in the morning." She swallowed. I touched her arm, feeling her warmth seep through the thin fabric. "Then make it your choice." She searched my eyes. "Okay," she said quietly. Relief filled me at her reasonability. At least that distinguished her from my late wife. She surprised me when she headed to the bedroom without prompting. I followed a couple of steps behind her. For the first time, I allowed myself to see her as a woman. Something I'd avoided at all costs until now, but was a necessity for tonight. The dress accentuated her narrow waist and the beautiful curve of her hips and butt. Arriving in the bedroom, Julia stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Despite her obvious nerves, she smiled before she set her purse down on the bench in front of the king-size bed. Her eyes rested on it for a moment, her blush deepening. Then she cleared her throat. I moved closer to her. Her strawberry scent wafted into my nose, making me wonder if she'd taste just as sweet as her choice in perfume suggested. I took in the intricate lace of her long-sleeved bodice, lingering on the swell of her breasts. "I have to cut you out of your dress," I said as I unsheathed my knife from the holster at my chest. Another tradition we couldn't evade. She regarded the blade with a small frown before she nodded. Turning around, she tilted her head to the side so her hair wasn't covering the lace top of her back. Her throat was long and elegant, perfectly unblemished, and I had to resist the urge to press my mouth to it and mark her as mine. Sparing her, it had appeared easier when we hadn't been married yet. That I had ever considered it an option seemed ludicrous now. She shifted her face and peered up at me through long lashes, nerves in her eyes. "Everything okay?" she asked quietly. "Of course," I clipped, my voice harsher than intended because I was annoyed at myself. She averted her eyes and stiffened. An apology teased the tip of my tongue. It never passed. I slid my finger below the lace to lift it off her skin. Goosebumps pimpled every inch of her body when I touched her soft skin. I brought the knife down and cut through the undoubtedly expensive fabric. The resulting hiss made Julia jump. I stepped back the moment the knife reached her skirt. Julia pressed her dress down slowly, her back to me, and I couldn't look away as she revealed every inch of her smooth back. She was topless, and only wearing a very skimpy white lace thong. My eyes rested on her perfect ass cheeks, round globes I wanted to sink my teeth into and bury my cock in. A cock that was growing hard watching her. "Is it okay if I freshen up?" Her voice tore through my rising arousal. "Of course." The gruffness in my voice made Julia risk a glance up at my face. Then she hurried into the bathroom. Terrifying my young wife before I had to claim her was a fucking stupid thing to do. Loosening my tie, I walked over to the bench and sank down. My wedding ring, similar to my last one, seemed to mock me. I set my tie down beside me, listening to the sound of running water. Julia would need patience and care. I'd never have much of either to begin with. Since the mess with Gaia, even less than before. I propped my arms up on my thighs, trying to reach a state of mind that would allow me to treat my young wife right. I didn't want her to resent me. The door opened, drawing my attention to it and Julia. She wore a dark blue silk nightgown that reached her knees and hugged her slender frame. Her hair fell down her shoulders in soft brown curls, freed of the two cute sunflowers. Julia didn't move from her spot in the doorframe and nervously smoothed out her bangs, then traced the floor with her bare foot. "What now?" I met her gaze. She looked to me for guidance, and that was the one thing I had no trouble giving her. I straightened to my full height and held out my hand. "Come here." Taking a visible breath, she moved closer until she stood right in front of me. Without her heels, she only reached my chest. Her strawberry scent was more prominent than before, and even though I'd never been a man for the sweet things in life, I suddenly craved it. I reached up and cupped her head. She held her breath. For a moment, I regarded her pretty face before I leaned down and pressed a simple kiss to her mouth to see how she'd react. She stayed still. Running my thumb over her cheekbone, I repeated the motion. She softened against me. "Why are you still wearing a jacket?" she asked after the third simple kiss. Pulling back, I shrugged out of my jacket and flung it over the bench. Julia's eyes took me in. "In the vest?" Stifling a smile, I started unbuttoning the vest. She didn't act how I'd feared, not how Gaia had acted.
The last button gave me trouble, but before my frustration could rise, Julia pushed my hand away and opened it with her elegant fingers. I dropped the vest to the bench as well. Julia let out a small breath. "You look really strong." She reached up as if to feel my bicep, then faltered. I gripped her hand and pressed it against my arm, then flexed my bicep. Julia let out a small laugh, and my own lips twitched. She peered up, then darted her gaze behind me. Taking her hand again, I led her closer to the bed. "Lie down." She reclined on the bed, becoming visibly tenser. I pushed off my shoes, then stretched out beside her, still almost completely dressed. Gripping her hip, I dragged her closer to me and leaned over her. A hint of nerves crossed her beautiful face. I focused on her body, not her face, and pressed a kiss to her neck. She was still holding her breath. Not a great reaction, but not too bad. I pressed another kiss to the spot right below her ear, and she surprised me by twitching and letting out a giggle. A teenage girl inside. I paused, then raised my eyes. She bit her lower lip, her expression caught between embarrassment and an uncertain smile. She looked like such a fucking girl. Of age, my ass. She was legal, but her antics, her reaction, her expression, they weren't those of a grown woman, but of a girl on her way to becoming a woman. I pushed up, stifling a sigh. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I didn't mean to laugh. I'm ticklish." She regarded me with uncertainty, her eyes suddenly filled with anxiety. This wasn't going how I hoped it would. The makeup and elegant dress had made her look older. Now, without a touch of makeup and dressed in her nightgown, she looked like the teenager that she was. I did what was necessary. I threatened, tortured, killed. So sleeping with my wife should have been a piece of cake. I ignored her apology and stood. The faster I got this over with, the better. I removed my shirt, followed by my pants and socks. When I reached for my boxers, I noticed Julia's gaze. Her eyes were huge, which made her look even younger and more innocent. And she stared at me with a mix of fascination and fear. I released my waistband, deciding it was better if I kept my cock covered for now. If she let out a terrified shriek upon seeing it, I'd tell Luca to screw himself on the fucking sheets, and then my blood would definitely tinge them red. Perched on the edge of the bed, I reached for her knee, touching it lightly. She twitched again and bit her lip, trying to hold in another giggle. "I'm fairly sure I know one place where you're not ticklish," I said sardonically. She pursed her lips. "You can't know." Her eyes widened. "You mean—" She sucked in a quick breath. At least she understood my comment. If she'd stared at me blankly, I would have lost it. I knelt on the bed. I wanted to relax her enough to keep her pain to a minimum. My first wife had cried through our first time together, an experience I really didn't want to repeat. I pushed up her nightgown enough to reach her panties, and my groin tightened in a familiar way, seeing the valley between her thighs. I touched my fingers to her hips, sliding them into the waistband of her underwear. She was perfectly still, watching me with parted lips and that damn innocence that was going to kill me. "Can I take them off?" It was a rhetorical question. We both knew what was expected. "What if I said no? Would it matter?" she asked with a hint of insolence. "Would it make you feel better if I continued despite your saying no? It certainly won't help me." "I doubt you'd care. It certainly won't hurt you as much as me." Anger surged through me. I moved over her,
bracing myself beside her shoulders. Her hands came up as if to ward me off, soft palms pressing against my chest. Her eyes widened, and she darted them to my chest, her fingers shaking against me. Listen up. You're right. You'll be the one who'll experience discomfort. But I can guarantee you that being bratty about it doesn't help. If you work with me, it'll be better. It's not just the pain. Until this moment, men were allowed to kiss my hand or dance with me at social gatherings. Nothing more. And now you're here over me, half naked, and I'm half naked. And soon we'll both be naked and you're going to... She sucked in a deep breath. I know, I said quietly. Don't start to cry. She drew her lower lip between her teeth. After a moment, she said firmly, I won't cry. Then she peered up at me. Why do you care? You've seen worse than someone crying. I had. Far worse. And I hadn't given a shit. But Julia was young, too young. And my wife, the woman who was supposed to become a mother to my children, fuck. This was such a mess. She was biting her lip, not looking at me, but at something only she could see. Julia, I murmured, and her gaze settled on me. Help me with this. She looked at me with those big eyes and nodded slowly. Relief filled me. Bringing my head down, I kissed her lips lightly. Then again. At the third kiss, Julia's lips moved hesitantly against mine, and I sucked her lovely, plump lower lip into my mouth. She made the smallest sound and closed her eyes. My tongue stroked her open and dipped in, tasting my wife for the first time. Hell. So unbelievably sweet it was going to kill me. Not stopping the kiss, I rested my palm on her ribcage. Her eyes shot open, and she flinched slightly. I drew back from her mouth, watching her as I stroked my palm down her side, then back up. A soft touch, the promise that I'd treat her with care. Will you let me undress you? Again the silent nod. I sat back on my haunches and helped Julia into a sitting position. Then I hooked my fingers under the hem of her nightgown and dragged it upwards. She lifted her arm so I could pull it over her head. I discarded the flimsy thing on the floor and turned my attention back to Julia. Her arms were loosely crossed over her chest. Biting her lip in that cute way, she lowered them slowly, giving me a perfect view of her breasts. God, she was lovely. I reached for her and gently ran my knuckles down the valley between those pretty breasts. Julia twitched, nose crinkling, holding back one of those giggles. Her cheeks turned red. I'm sorry. No, I said in a slightly lower voice. I'd rather she giggled than cried. And right now she thankfully didn't appear as if she was close to tears. You're very beautiful, I told her. Because it was the truth. And because I didn't want her to be self-conscious. It would only make her tense more. Thank you. You're welcome, I murmured as I traced the outside of her breast with my knuckles. Her nipples hardened, and the blush on her cheeks spread all over her face. I was glad that I hadn't listened to my conscience and asked Luca to cancel the wedding, because she was too young for me. Right this moment, I knew she'd be mine, forever. I swiped my thumb over her nipple, and Julia sucked in a small breath. I repeated the motion, stifling a groan at the feel of her perfect nub. Do you like this? Yes, it feels good. I ran my hand down to her panties. Lie back. She did, and her body became visibly tenser. The muscles in her belly flexed, and she held her breath. This is no reason to become tense. I'll only pull down your panties.
Slowly, I dragged them down, and relief, followed by desire, flooded me. Most women were waxed completely for the wedding night, and while I enjoyed that, with Julia it would have only put emphasis on her age. Luckily, she had a small triangle of dark brown hair on her mound. I know it's not what's tradition, but I didn't want to. It's perfect, I rasped. She regarded me shyly, her legs pressed together. I allowed myself to admire her, then bent down and pressed a kiss to her belly as I drew in a deep breath, catching another whiff of the strawberry lotion she must have applied earlier. Sweet all over, my wife. Part your legs for me. Why? I peered up, stifling my impatience at her stubbornness when I saw the anxiety on her pretty face. Julia. She parted her legs, but only just, and I had to nudge them a bit wider apart so I could climb between them and stretch out. Then, I took in my wife's pussy. Fuck. My desire returned full force. I leaned forward, but Julia tensed and her hand shot out, pressing against my forehead, stopping me. For a moment, I wasn't sure I'd start laughing. This situation was too much even for my control. What are you doing? I'm trying to help you relax. She glanced down at me. But why? Because most women enjoy this very much. I think you might too. Her nose wrinkled as if I was going to do something nasty. So you're going to kiss me down there? I chuckled. Couldn't help myself. Yes, I'm going to kiss you down there. And lick you and suck you. And hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I will. Her eyebrows shot up. I lowered my head to her thigh, stifling another chuckle. Her skin was soft against my stubbled cheek, and my eyes found her perfect pussy once more. I wrapped my fingers around her hand and pulled it away from my forehead. I'm going to kiss you now. I propped myself up and leaned close. Julia held her breath, her body becoming so tight I was sure she'd snap in two any moment. My lips brushed her velvety folds, and she twitched, sucking in a sharp breath. My gaze darted up to her. Did that tickle? I rasped. Julia's eyes were squeezed shut and she was very still. No. I kissed the same spot, applying a bit more pressure. Her pussy smelled even sweeter and absolutely irresistible. Again, a sharp intake of breath. I planted kiss after kiss all over her pussy, giving her time to get used to my attention. She didn't respond in any way except for her ragged breathing. I wasn't sure if she enjoyed it. I brushed my palm along her inner thigh and applied light pressure, wanting to part her from me so I had better access. But she resisted. My frustration spiked once more, but I shoved it down. 18. Young and inexperienced. Julia, let me. I could feel her legs softening, and finally I parted her all the way. The hint of arousal coated her opening and relief filled me. I dipped my head and ran my tongue along her sensitive folds. Julia's hand shot out again, but this time she didn't shove. She only held on to my head, her fingers shaking. I hovered above her and used the tip of my tongue to circle her clit. She gasped, her fingers twitching. I took my time experimenting to figure out what she enjoyed, but she was very quiet and tense, which made it difficult. Her clit definitely worked when I swiped my tongue over it. Her breathing deepened and her body responded to my ministration. But after 15 minutes, it became quite clear that she was too nervous to come. I kissed her in her thigh. Do you think you can come? She shook her head. No, I'm sorry. Acute embarrassment showed on her face. Don't be. It takes time. I paused, knowing what would have to happen next. Are you ready? I knew she wasn't, and not because she hadn't come. She was wet, definitely as wet as I'd get her tonight given the circumstances. Julia swallowed, then gave a small nod. I got off the bed and slid out of my boxers. My cock was definitely ready. Smelling, tasting, seeing her had sent a flood of blood right to it. Oh, shit, Julia whispered. My eyebrows shot up, and for a second right there, I was sure I'd start roaring with laughter. I stifled the impulse and knelt on the bed. You're going to stretch. Her expression remained doubtful and worse, fearful. Fuck it. We had to get it over with. If she started worrying about all the ways this would hurt, she'd only grow more tense. Chapter 7. Cassio. Do you take the pill? I asked. It wasn't the most romantic thing to say in a situation like this, but before today I couldn't bring myself to ask my teenage wife that question. A quick nod. I climbed on top of her and guided my cock to her opening, but she shrank back. I wanted to roar in frustration. Julia, I said imploringly. Can you hold me? My heart skipped a fucking beat. I nodded and lowered myself to my elbows, then wedged one arm under my wife's shoulder blades and hugged her to my chest. Like this, I murmured. Her face was inches from mine, and she looked up at me, seeking my help, my protection, my closeness. I kissed the corner of her mouth, then her lower and upper lip as I shifted my hips so my tip nudged her entrance. She held her breath. I stroked her bangs from her sweaty forehead. Breathe out. She did, and I pushed into her about an inch. Her face flashed with discomfort, and she gripped my bicep. If it's too much, you tell me and we'll figure something out, I heard myself say, and I wanted to kick myself, but she gave me a grateful small smile, and I could feel her walls loosen very slightly. Slowly, I slid deeper into her, even when she squeezed her eyes shut and exhaled. She got very tight, and I knew this part would hurt the most. Kissing her temple, I thrust forward and slid all the way in. She flinched under me and gasped, her breathing ragged. I shuddered out of breath, trying to stay still, and pretty sure her walls were going to milk my cock any second now. Fuck, she was tight. Julia, how are you? She looked at me. Okay, she said shakily. It's strange, feeling you inside of me. Really full. I smiled at her analysis. I'm talking nonsense, am I? I shook my head and stroked her cheek, then began to move. Small, shallow thrusts which grew gradually harder. She tensed every time, but she didn't cry, didn't whimper or sob, and I was grateful for that. It didn't take long for me to reach my tipping point, and I didn't bother holding back, knowing she'd be glad when it was over. My body tightened, my balls expanding, and then I shot my cum into her. She sucked in her breath, and I stilled above her. Then I pressed my forehead into the pillow beside her head. She was very still under me, and I listened for a sob, crying. And again relief filled me when I heard neither. I pulled out very slowly, and rolled off her but stayed close. She turned on her side, facing me. Thank you, she whispered. I searched her flushed face. What for? It couldn't be for giving her an orgasm because I definitely hadn't. But I would soon. Many of them. For being patient and careful. I frowned. Why wouldn't I be? Gaia had enjoyed playing the guilt card, had cried often to make me feel bad, even when I tried to do everything to be decent. Women talk. Some men don't because it gives them a feeling of dominance, others because they enjoy hurting, and some just want to make sure the bloodstain is big so they can impress. Surprise filled me at her words. She sounded less like a girl then. I don't need to show my dominance by hurting you during sex. I'm underboss. I rule over people on a daily basis. And while I enjoy hurting when it's called for, I don't enjoy hurting women or children. As for the last reason, maybe some men think a big bloodstain makes the audience believe they have a huge dick, when in truth it only shows that they have no clue how to work that dick. Julia laughed. Then her smile became teasing. Do you? A low laugh rumbled in my chest. Know how to work my dick? She blushed but nodded. I think I do. I know today wasn't pleasurable for you, but soon it will be. She tilted her head in consideration. Okay. I glanced down the length of me. My cock was smeared with blood. I sat up, then held out my hand to Julia. Can you sit up for a moment? With a small frown, she did. Why? Then her eyes widened and her gaze darted down her body. Oh. Just wait a couple of seconds. Her nose wrinkled. That's kind of disgusting. I know, but it's tradition. I brushed her hair from her face again, and Julia regarded me curiously. Her eyes were a startling blue like a clear summer sky, and her nose had the slightest upwards dip, which gave her a coy look. Do you find me pretty? She asked, drawing in that plump lower lip between her teeth. Yes, I do. My thumb stroked along the back of her hand, which I hadn't even realized I was still holding. Oh, she said. I wasn't sure. You didn't act as if you cared much. It was a good thing that I'd perfected my poker face over the years, and a necessary evil in my line of work. I did, and do find you very attractive. I'm usually good at telling those things. Most men are really obvious about their interest. They get that intense look as if they want to devour you. Something angry and dark curled in my chest. Did it happen often? That men looked at you like that? As if they wanted to devour you? Despite my best intention, my voice held an edge it hadn't before. Julia tilted her head, considering me in that quiet way of hers. Occasionally. Sometimes men who visited my father. Sometimes strangers when I was out with my bodyguards. It's not like anyone ever approached me. Good. I growled. Her eyebrows darted up. Are you jealous? Possessive. I don't share well. Or at all. She laughed. That's funny to you. I'm dead serious. She rolled her eyes. Rolled her eyes. I couldn't even remember the last time someone had dared roll their eyes at me. You get jealous over men watching me from afar, knowing full well that you gave me my first kiss in church today? You never had to share me, nor will you. Have you ever given a man that look? I questioned. No, she said without hesitation. A sheltered upbringing doesn't make you blind. She pursed her lips. I never looked at men long enough to make up my mind about them. It didn't seem wise, considering I wasn't going to be the one choosing my husband.
That was true. She had no say in the matter.
Julia. Cassio swung his legs out of bed. I'm going to clean up. My eyes raked over his muscled body, mesmerized by the hard planes, the ridges of his six-pack, the narrow V of his hips. I was attracted to his body, which was a relief. My gaze dipped even lower, and the blood on his penis drove heat into my head. I looked away. I'd been staring too long anyway. Looking down at myself, I cringed at the sight of my smeared inner thighs, a disgusting mix of blood and sperm. I slid out of bed, taking in the mess on the blanket. A small, mortified sound slipped out of me. Are you all right? Cassio rumbled somewhere behind me. I turned, grimacing. Do we really have to show these sheets? That was the point of us sleeping together. Ouch. So you only slept with me because of the presentation of the sheets? Now that we were married, I wanted Cassio to be attracted to me. It seemed a horrible fate to spend your life with someone who couldn't bear touching you. I definitely enjoyed the sight of his body. His touch was still unfamiliar and sex had been painful, but it hadn't been the ordeal my mother and a few of my aunts had made it out to be. I could imagine enjoying it very much, especially Cassio's lips between my legs. Cassio regarded me strangely as if I was an unknown creature. Then he shook his head with a chuckle. I'm a man. I headed toward him, also in need of a shower. I felt sticky and sore between my legs. Is that a reply? I asked curiously. Cassio stepped into the bathroom and I followed him. His eyes traveled over my body, sending an unfamiliar shiver down my back. Now that he'd seen me naked, I didn't really see the point in covering myself. And he didn't look as if he minded. Quite the contrary. I picked up my pace when I felt something trickling out of me and practically leaped inside the shower. Sighing, I relaxed, glad to have avoided a mess. You can shower first, Cassio said. We can shower together, I flushed. I mean, why waste water? There's enough room for both of us. The corners of Cassio's mouth twitched. Save water, right? He stepped into the shower. With him inside, there wasn't as much room as I'd thought. And suddenly the realization set in that despite what had happened, we were still very much strangers. I focused on the shower gel, trying to ignore Cassio's presence as I soaped up my body. It was impossible. Cassio was everywhere. His heat singed my back. His manly scent still clung to me, overpowering the shower gel. He didn't say anything, only cleaned himself. From the corner of my eye, I saw him rub his cock clean of my blood. Soon the water of our feet was a soft pink. As I cleaned myself between my legs, I winced at how tender and sore I felt. It should feel better in a couple of days, he said. I turned halfway so I could look at his face but couldn't bump into him, which didn't even make sense considering we'd been much closer only a few minutes before. That long? I thought I'd be fine tomorrow. The shadow of the past crossed his face, his ocean eyes becoming tumultuous. What had happened between his wife and him? We'll see, was all he said. And then he turned off the water. He reached for a towel and handed it to me before he gripped one for himself. He stepped out of the shower and dried himself. I watched him as I wrapped the towel around me. Physically, we'd been as close as two people could get. But emotionally, we were worlds apart. We'd share the bed again because I'd seen the desire in Cassio's gaze, and because I wanted to. On an emotional level, however, getting closer to my husband would be difficult. I could tell already. He moved to the wash basin and brushed his teeth. Watching him doing that felt more intimate than being naked in front of him. His expression was guarded. Only briefly during sex it had been anything else. I slinked out of the bathroom, giving him privacy. I'd already gone through my evening routine. I'd mostly managed to keep my hair dry during our shower and didn't want to blow-dry it with him in the room. How could all these mundane activities feel too personal after what we'd just done? Dropping the towel on the bench, I grabbed my nightgown from the floor and pulled it over. Trying to ignore the stain on the sheet and still seeing it, because I simply couldn't not see it, I slipped under the covers. I'd been tired before, I wasn't now. My body still hummed with adrenaline. When Cassio emerged 10 minutes later in low-cut black pajama bottoms, my eyes traveled over him. Many men gained weight once they were married. Not enough to be frowned upon by their capo, but enough to cover up whatever muscles they'd worked hard for in their younger years. Cassio hadn't. Every inch of him was pure muscle. Nothing soft about this man, not his body, expression, or eyes. If he noticed my silent scrutiny, he didn't comment. Instead, he got into bed, but with enough room to fit another person between us. Weren't we going to snuggle against each other? It was something I'd wished for from a marriage. In the last few years, snuggles had been absent from my life. I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend who might have given them to me, and I was too old to seek that kind of closeness with my father. My mother had never been the type to show her affection on a physical level to begin with. I'd hoped that marriage would open the door to affection that went beyond sex. I wanted to be held and cuddled. Maybe I'd been foolish to think Cassio was someone who would be up for that. Cassio twisted his head to me but remained on his back. What is it? You don't have to be scared of me seeking you out again. We fulfilled our duty. Duty. Honor. Duty. I'd lost count of the number of times I'd heard those two words in my life. That's not it, I whispered. Cassio's dark brows drew together. I'm not a mind reader, Julia, and I don't have the patience to guess your thoughts. His voice was rough. Tears stung in my eyes at his rebuff. He let out a small sigh, pushed up on his elbow, and peered down at me. Are you in pain? Did I hurt you more than I thought? Of course he'd think it had to be something physical bothering me. Julia. His strong hand touched my bare shoulder, and I shuddered under the gentle touch. Misunderstanding my reaction, he pulled his hand away, but I grasped it. Can we? I couldn't ask a man like Cassio to snuggle. Instead, I moved closer until I could sense his warmth, my fingers still clutching his hand. Be close like this for a little while? For a moment, he didn't react, only regarded me with those ocean blue eyes. Then, without a word, he lowered himself to his back, but this time he raised his arm, opening up a spot for me. I slid even closer until I was pressed up to him, my face on his strong chest, one of my legs thrown over his muscled thigh. He smelled good, so good, strong, warm, and manly. I held my hands awkwardly pressed against my breasts, unsure where to put them. Cassio curled his arm around my body, loosely at first, but then more tightly when I let out a small sigh. Gathering my courage, I rested one hand on his chest. Soon my fingers grew restless, curious. Until this day, I hadn't been allowed to touch a man, to discover his body. I idly traced the smattering of hair on his pecs, realizing that I liked the feel of them. In the media, I'd only ever seen guys with smooth chests and tried to imagine how they would feel. Cassio was all man, strong and with body hair. Not that he was overly hairy, he wasn't. My fingers glided lower, over the ridges of his stomach, following the trail of hair until I bumped against his waistband. Cassio gripped my hand. Julia. It was low, dark, and almost pained. He pulled back, dipped his head at the same time as I tipped mine up. He scanned my face. What had I done wrong? Didn't he like to be touched like that? I felt the groan more than I heard it. It was on the verge of a tortured laugh. I blinked, trying to figure out my husband. He lifted my hand and firmly pressed it palm flat against his sternum. It stays there. He lowered his head back to the pillow, then extinguished the lights. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. Cassio grunted almost a chuckle. I'm not uncomfortable, and I know that you don't mean to make me feel the way I feel. That is the problem. Now sleep. The last was an order. I gave up trying to figure out the meaning of his words. I wasn't a mind reader either. Yawning, I settled more firmly against him and closed my eyes. Silence settled over us, and my breathing eventually slowed as tiredness overcame me. Cassio tensed. Are you going to fall asleep like that? You wanted me to sleep. I do, on your side, not in my arm. My stomach dropped. This shouldn't have hurt as much as it did. Cassio was my husband, but only by name. I didn't have strong feelings for him or even knew him at all. Not saying anything from fear of giving away more than I intended. I scrambled as far away from him as I could. My side of the bed was cold, not warm like Cassio's. I swallowed my hurt and longing, trying to breathe evenly. Still, tears fell from my eyes. I could make out the outline of Cassio's head and knew he was watching me. The knowledge that the dark hid my expression from him gave me little consolation, because I had a feeling he knew I was crying from the way my breathing had sounded. I can't sleep with someone close to me. Anyone, he murmured. I nodded, because words were out of the question. I guess it's fitting that my second wedding night ends the same way my first did, with my crying wife in bed beside me.
Chapter 8. Cassio. I wasn't a fan of physical contact at night, and had often not even shared the bed with my deceased wife. Not that she would have ever dreamed of wanting to have me close at night. She never bothered to hide her reluctance to have me near her, least of all when we slept together, unless there was something that she wanted from me. Julia had asked for my closeness, and I denied her. The early morning light illuminated her puffy face. Her lashes stuck to her skin with dried tears. She was close, had moved closer in sleep until we were almost touching. I felt the unreasonable desire to touch her, and not in a sexual way. Propped up on my elbow, I watched her peaceful sleep. As with many nights before, Gaia's blood-covered body had haunted my dreams. I hardly ever dreamed about the people I'd killed, and yet my dead wife still filled my nights. Julia stirred, lips parting in a soft sigh. I pushed myself up and swung my legs out of bed, turning my back to her. The bed shifted. I threw a glance over my shoulder at Julia, who was sitting up, rubbing her face framed by messy hair. Noticing my attention, her eyes met mine. She smiled hesitantly. The early morning light wasn't kind to me, because Julia looked absolutely lovely in a very teenage girl way. Damn it all. I stood. We need to get ready. The women will retrieve the sheets soon. Julia took my watch from the nightstand. It's only 8. Do you really think they'll disturb us this early after our wedding night? They probably wouldn't, but I had no intention to waste time in bed. I had scheduled several meetings throughout the day, the most important with Luca for lunch. I needed to use the opportunity of having him in town. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and sent Mia a message that they could pick up the sheets in 30 minutes. Her nosy reply came immediately. Won't you even sleep in after your wedding night? Stay out of my business, was all I wrote back. I put the phone back down, ignoring Julia's appraisal. I'd caught her watching me last night, and now this morning. Her reaction surprised me. Of course, it was a pleasant surprise that she seemed attracted to my body and not appalled like Gaia. Mia and the others will come by in 30 minutes. Do you want to shower first? I can shave in the meantime. Julia bit her lip, looking away before she nodded. All right. She shoved the covers off and stood. My eyes took her in, and for a moment I considered telling Mia that they could wait after all. Julia was impossibly beautiful, and the idea to bury myself in her tight pussy once more was far too enticing. But the blood stain on the sheets reminded me why that wasn't going to happen. 15 minutes later, Julia was showered and dressed, and I headed toward the shower. She'd chosen one of the dresses I'd sent to her parents, an elegant long-sleeved knee-length red piece that hugged Julia's slender body. It still didn't make her look close to my age, but at least not quite the teenager she was. Should I cover my puffy eyes with makeup, or do you want people to know I cried? I paused, one foot inside the shower. Turning back to my wife hovering in the doorway to the bedroom, I frowned. I didn't want you to cry. Why would I want people to know you did? She gave a small shrug, searching my face. I thought maybe you'd want people to think you hurt me enough to make me cry. I considered it. The men downstairs would draw the wrong conclusions and fear me for it. It wasn't a decent thing to consider. But the men downstairs weren't decent, and I wasn't either. I'm feared as it is, and for good reason. I don't want my sisters on my back like they'll undoubtedly be if they see that you cried. So cover it up with makeup. She regarded me a moment longer, and I couldn't tell why. It was unnerving. Okay. I don't want to keep you from showering. I know how busy you are today. The hint of disapproval rang in her voice. She hadn't reacted when I told her I was going to spend the day in business meetings until we'd head to my mansion and children in the late afternoon. I work a lot, Julia, and I won't explain myself to you. As a woman, your only job is to raise my children, but I can't afford that luxury. Anger flared in her eyes, but she turned and left. I wasn't in the mood to consider her teenage antics. She'd better get rid of them soon. When I emerged fully dressed in another dark three-piece suit 15 minutes later, I found Julia on the sofa in the living room of our suite, typing on her phone. She was smiling softly. I stalked over to her. Who are you talking to? Her head shot up, her brows drawing together. Excuse me? Who are you talking to? Anxiety crossed her face, but I didn't care if she was bothered by me towering over her. Who? I growled. Your sister Mia. I took the phone and Julia released it without a protest. I apologize for my brother's rudeness because I know he won't ever do it. I'd say it because he's a man, but his dick-headedness has nothing to do with the Y chromosome. Julia stood. I told you the truth. I scanned the previous messages to see what Julia had told my sister. But she'd only written that she still had to get used to me after Mia had asked if she was all right. Julia shook her head, then sighed. Trust is the base of a marriage. How would you know? Was she really trying to tell me something about relationships? I think I know more about the workings of a marriage than you, girl. Her expression flashed with hurt. I wonder if Gaia would agree. She snapped her lips shut, her eyes growing wide. Fury burst through me at the same time a knock sounded. Swallowing my anger, I headed for the door, glad for the distance this put between Julia and myself. I ripped open the door, feeling my pulse pound in my temples. Mia's smile fell when she spotted me. Her eyes darted to something behind me.
"Everything okay?"
she whispered. I opened the door wide. Behind Mia, Ilaria, Julia's mother, Aria, and other women waited for the ceremonial retrieval of the sheets. "Go in, grab the sheets. I don't have all morning."
"Rude as usual,"
Ilaria said as she walked past me. Mia hesitated, which was just as well. I pulled her to the side. I saw what you wrote my wife. Mia huffed.
"Are you spying on her?"
You will stay out of my marriage, Mia. I'll only say this once. Remember your place. And most of all, don't talk to Julia about Gaia, understood? She shook my grip off, then nodded.
"Of course."
Julia smiled at the women who gave her compassionate looks. I walked over to my young wife before one of the women, especially Mia, could involve her in a nosy conversation. Julia touched my forearm lightly.
"I'm sorry for mentioning your late wife, Cassio. I didn't mean to upset you."
Surprise filled me. Her eyes and expression were earnest. I gave a curt nod and put my hand on her lower back. Come on. Let's head down to the banquet room where breakfast will be served.
"Shouldn't we wait for them to be done?"
She nodded toward the bedroom door. The women's voices were a low buzz of gossip. I don't need to see this. She smiled sheepishly.
"Yeah, you're right."
I hesitated, on the verge of saying more. Then I steered Julia out of our suite. Our elevator ride passed in silence, but Julia's tension was palpable. "The worst is over," I said. Her head shot up and her lips twitched. "Are you talking about our wedding night?" I tilted my head, considering her. She was obviously fighting amusement. "You don't have to pretend the night didn't harbor great fears for you." I felt you trembling.
"It scared me, true. But it's over, and it wasn't as unpleasant as I thought it would be."
My eyebrows shot up, not sure what to make of my wife's honesty. Even though we were married, the unguarded way she spoke to me took getting used to. That's good, I suppose. She leaned into me with a small laugh.
"Yeah, I suppose so too."
The elevator doors opened, cutting our strange conversation short. I led Julia toward the biggest banquet room, which was already filled with the men of my and Julia's family, as well as the most important members of the familia.
"Let the meat show begin,"
Julia said under her breath. I squeezed her side in warning, even as I had to stifle a smile. You're now my wife, and need to act accordingly. I can't afford to lose face in public. She tensed.
"I know."
I needn't have worried. Julia had inherited her mother's talent to chat up people, even strangers. But unlike Ejediah, she was charming and lovely, wrapping everyone around her finger with ease. Many men watched her in a way that set my teeth on edge, but none dared as much as to shake her hand. Faro winked at me as he talked to a few of our captains. I ignored it and turned my attention to the door where my mother and Julia's mother entered with the sheet between them. They headed to the side of the room and draped the fabric over 2 chairs. Julia let out a tiny choked sound, and her cheeks took on a red hue the moment she spotted them.
"This is mortifying."
I peered down. I wasn't embarrassed. But I, too, didn't like to show this glimpse of our private life to the public. With Gaia, I hadn't cared. Maybe because I'd been young and eager to impress. It's a sign of your honor. Nothing to be ashamed of. And a sign of your ruthlessness, no? There was a small twitch of her mouth, and that surprising twinkle in her eyes as if she'd made a secret joke. I suppose it is. Given your age, I should have had qualms. That I didn't is a sign of my nature. After the first commotion and applause had settled, Julie and I headed to the table with our closest family, as well as Luca and his wife. Julia's mother immediately hugged her. Father patted my shoulder, searching my eyes. Whatever he was worried to see, it wouldn't be present in a room with acquaintances. Mia hugged me despite my reluctance of public displays of affection. I really hope you tried to be a decent human being to that girl. I wasn't sure about my abilities of being decent at all. It wasn't in my nature, but hadn't been impatient or rough with Julia. Mind your own business. She narrowed her eyes. I had lost count of the times I'd told her this, but she failed to comply with my wishes. Everything all right? Julia whispered as we took our seats at the head of the table. I leaned closer. My sister worried I wasn't decent to you. Because of the sheets? Horror rang in Julia's words. Because of my nature. Julia tilted her head in that curious way. Her hair smelled like a strawberry field in summer, and the insane urge to press my nose into it rose up inside me. You were decent. She touched my hand resting on my thigh with her fingertips. Feeling eyes on me, I turned back to the table. Christian, Felix, and my father watched curiously. My expression tightened.
Julia. Cassio obviously felt uncomfortable with any kind of emotional displays in public. He soon talked to Luca and fellow underbosses, leaving me at the mercy of my nosy mother. Eventually, I managed to shake her and my aunts off and hid in the stall in the restrooms. This was where Mia found me 20 minutes later. It's overwhelming, isn't it? She said, after I came out and we both redid our makeup. It is. Are you okay? You can tell me if you aren't. Cassio is my brother, but I'm a woman first. I nodded, remembering Cassio's words and his reluctance to involve other people in our private life. I'm fine, but thank you. She gave a small smile. Don't let him turn you into something that's not you. Our world needs girls like you. I gave her a quick hug, and unlike her brother, she didn't mind and hugged me back. I was glad to have her on my side, but I needed to find my place in Cassio's life by myself. He wouldn't tolerate anything else. It was almost 8 in the evening when we finally pulled up the driveway to Cassio's mansion. A magnificent 3-story brownstone building with white columns supporting the porch, white window frames and old crooked trees on the front lawn. Cassio parked in one of the double garages on the left. He got out and opened the door for me. My stomach hollowed with nerves. This was my home now. And soon I'd meet the children I'd raise. Cassio's hand found its place on my lower back again as he led me towards the magnificent white front door. Someone from his staff had gathered my belongings in the morning and brought them to the house. I released a shaky breath when Cassio put the key in the lock. His eyes cut to me. This is your home. I gave him a shaky laugh, knowing he meant it. Yet, judging by the way he'd handled everything so far, his rules would be the only ones he'd want to follow within those walls. I'd have to fight for every bit of power and freedom. He wouldn't hand over either freely. He opened the door and motioned for me to get inside. I did, trying to figure out what I was smelling as I scanned the white and gray granite floor. High-pitched barking almost gave me a heart attack, and a small ball of reddish-brown fluff stormed through the hall and latched itself onto Cassio's trouser leg. Growling, the small dog started to tug on the fabric. I blinked, then bit my lip, stifling laughter. It was too ridiculous a sight not to be amusing. "Fuck," Cassio snarled. "Sybil, didn't I tell you to keep the goddamn dog locked away?" My smile died. He bent down and tried to grab the dog's neck, but the tiny thing snapped its teeth and bit his finger. Flurry flickered across his face, and he finally managed to grab the dog and lifted it into the air. The dog squeaked once, then fell silent and hung in Cassio's grasp. My husband looked as if he considered putting it down with his gun or strangling it with his strong hands. I touched his arm, terrified for the helpless animal. "Don't hurt it." Cassio's eyes snapped to mine, still with the same anger in them, and I dropped my hand but stood my ground. Steps rang out, and a tall, dark-haired woman in her early 50s came running, then stopped abruptly and cursed in Italian, looking to the floor. She'd stepped in dog poo, which explained what I'd smelled. Her black flats were now covered with it. "That's it," Cassio growled. "Tomorrow, this thing is gone." "I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti. I went into its room to clean, and it slipped out. I tried catching it all day, but it's too fast. And Daniele hid for me again. I don't know." She glanced my way and fell silent. Cassio ignored her and stalked away. I followed hesitantly into a magnificent living room with herringbone parquet, then watched as my husband opened the terrace door and dropped the dog outside before closing the door. The dog peered in through the glass. "You can't do that," I said, horrified. Sybil gave me a look that conveyed I should keep my mouth shut. Cassio, however, ignored my comment altogether. "Clean the dog shit," Cassio ordered Sybil as he moved to a liquor cabinet, poured himself a drink, and sank down on the cognac-colored leather sofa. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the small dog sitting in the November cold, with its nose pressed to the window. Sybil scurried away to follow her master's command. I stood in the middle of the living room, not sure what to do. One thing was sure, I wouldn't let that dog freeze to death outside. Cassio was the master of this house, in our society's eyes, my master. I walked over to the terrace door. "Don't." The word, without being said loudly, held absolute authority. Cassio was used to giving orders in every area of his life and expected unwavering obedience. I didn't look his way. If I saw his sharp eyes and powerful face, I might lose my courage. That wasn't going to happen. This was the beginning of a new life, and if I let him trample all over me, I'd be doomed. "Julia, don't." Warning rang in his voice. Or what? He pushed out of the sofa when I opened the door and picked up the shivering ball of fluff. The dog remained quiet as I pressed it to my chest. I could feel matted fur from months of neglect. Cassio towered over me, barring my way. I tipped my head up to meet his furious gaze. "That thing stays outside." His eyes were harsh, but I didn't look away. "I gave you an order." "An order?" "It seems I'm as badly trained as your dog." Mother's warning words about insolence rang in my head. It was too late. Not that I would have taken anything back. Cassio's face flushed with surprise, then anger. "Set it back down. I won't allow you to bring it inside." Allow. Order. I was his wife, not his slave. But again, He was underboss and probably didn't understand the difference. If the dog isn't allowed inside, then I'll stay outside with it. We can keep each other warm. I turned to walk over to one of the lounge chairs, but Cassio's arm shot out, stopping me. I flinched. Father never hit me. Mother did, twice. It wasn't first-hand experience that had me wince, but I'd seen men hit women and children. My uncles in particular were of the violent sort. It happened often in our circles. Cassio frowned and his fingers gently closed around my elbow. I regarded him curiously. That flinch was unnecessary, and I don't want it to happen again, all right? You don't want me to react that way, or I won't have a reason to react that way. A ghost of a smile crossed Cassio's face before the stern look was back. He leaned down so we were at eye level. You won't ever have reason to. You sure? I said it more to annoy him than anything else, but my words were softened by a tiny smile. Absolutely. Good. His expression conveyed confusion. Was I that much of an enigma to him? Now, put the dog down. My smile widened. No. He looked incredulous. Releasing my elbow, he cupped my chin between his thumb and forefinger and brought our faces even closer. This time I didn't flinch, and I could see that it pleased him. I gave you an order. I'm your husband, and my word is law. I know. And if you insist that the dog stays outside, I will too. Cassio narrowed his eyes. His breath held the hint of the spicy liquor, and I felt the crazy urge to taste it on his lips. Do you really think I believe you'll spend the night in the cold for a dog? I stared back stubbornly. He barked out a laugh. I think you might actually do it. Your parents didn't mention your stubborn streak when they bartered you away. They were too eager, marrying me off to the cruelest underboss of the familia, I muttered. The cruelest underboss, huh? That's what they call me. They did, and other people do too. Why would your parents tell you something like that about your future husband? To get me in line? My mother worried you might beat me to death if I'm insolent. Something on Cassio's face shifted. A shadow of the past. They shouldn't have scared you before our wedding. It is a lie, then, I whispered. For some reason, his mouth appeared even closer than before. There's no scale to judge someone's cruelness. That means it's the truth. He didn't contradict me. I couldn't read the look on his face. Acting on impulse, I leaned forward and brushed my lips across his, then darted my tongue out, tasting the liquor clinging to his mouth, smoky and sweet. Cassio stiffened, but the look on his face became even more intense than before. What was that? His voice was a low rasp that I could feel everywhere. A kiss? I didn't have much experience, but I doubted anyone could mess up a simple kiss. Are you trying to influence me with your body? My eyes grew wide. No. I could smell the liquor on your breath, and I was curious how it tastes. Cassio chuckled. You are a strange girl. His mouth twisted. Woman. He looked down at the dog in my arms. It was snuggled against me peacefully. Without a word, Cassio turned around and returned to his glass of whiskey on the table. I stepped inside and closed the door. Stroking the dog, I followed my husband. What's its name? Lulu. Cassio said, a strange note to his voice. I stopped beside him. Can I have a sip of your whiskey? Cassio's eyes bored into me. You've never had whiskey before. No, my father didn't allow me to drink alcohol. I had my first glass at her wedding. Many firsts for one day. A small shiver passed down my spine at the contemplative growl. You aren't old enough for hard liquor. My lips parted in indignation. Was he serious? He downed the remains of his drink, and before I could say something snarky, he cupped the back of my head and pressed his lips to mine. Gently at first, his eyes searching mine. I grasped his bicep and stood on my tiptoes, his permission. Then he really kissed me, his tongue stroking mine, discovering my mouth. The taste of whiskey swirled in my mouth, intoxicating. Not as much as the kiss, though, God. His kiss set me aflame. When he pulled back, I was dazed. Only Lulu squirming in my other arm brought me back to reality. Cassio glanced over my head. What is it, Sybil? I whirled around. Sybil hovered in the doorway, wringing her hands and looking anywhere but at me. She must have caught us kissing, and even though we hadn't done anything indecent or forbidden, considering that we were married, acute embarrassment washed over me. The children are asleep and I cleaned up. Is there anything else you need from me? No, you can go. His clipped voice rubbed me the wrong way. Even if Sybil was working for him, that didn't mean he had to sound like a drill sergeant. Sybil nodded, and with a fleeting smile at me, she left. Can I see your children? Cassio's brows furrowed. The dog stays here, and we have to be quiet. I don't want them to wake. Where should I put Lulu? We lock it in a room because the thing can't behave itself. I pressed my lips together, following Cassio as he led me into the lobby and motioned at a door. I pushed it open and my heart clenched. It must have been a storage room before, judging by the small window and shelves lining the walls. A torn-apart basket, a litter box, and 2 empty bowls were the only indication that a dog lived here. There were no toys. I picked up one of the bowls and handed it to Cassio. Can you fill it with water? Cassio regarded the bowl, then me. Please? Lulu's living arrangements had to change, and they would change, but today was only my first day. I'd have to be clever about my battle against my husband. He took the bowl and disappeared. I headed over to the torn-apart basket and set Lulu down. She curled into herself. She must have let out her frustration on her basket if its destroyed state was an indication. No wonder, considering she'd probably spent most of her days alone in this room. What had happened in this house? I stroked her head when Cassio walked back in with the water bowl. He set it down, and the moment he stepped back, Lulu trotted over to it and drank. I straightened. I couldn't hold back anymore. How long has she been locked inside this room? Cassio's expression tightened. The dog's out of control. I won't have it shit and pee everywhere, not to mention snap at my children and everyone else. How can you expect Lulu to behave if nobody takes care of her? She isn't a machine, she's a living being. And from what I see, she hasn't been treated the way she was supposed to. If you have an animal, you have to take care of it and not treat it like a thing you can put in a corner and take out when you feel like it. I didn't want a dog. Gaia did. And then I was left to deal with it like everything else. He snapped his mouth shut as if he'd said more than he wanted, breathing harshly. Lulu hid in her basket at his outburst. I stood my ground. Then why didn't you give Lulu to people who want her? I kept my voice calm. Meeting Cassio's anger with my own seemed like an unwise choice. Cassio shook his head. Let's go upstairs. I have a busy day tomorrow. Why? I touched his forearm. Because Daniele lost his mother. He doesn't need to lose this too. I thought Lulu snaps at him. She does, Cassio said. And she's not allowed near him. Then why? Enough. Cassio's voice could have cut steel. He nodded toward the door. I walked out of the small room. Cassio closed it, locking Lulu in once more. Does Sybil walk her? Cassio gritted his teeth as he led me up the stairs. No, it's got the cat box in the room. It needs to be walked. It's not a cat. Cassio sent me a look that made it clear he expected me to shut up right this moment. I'll walk it then. You have a leash, right? He stopped on the second-floor landing, a vein in his temple throbbing. You don't have time to walk the dog. You've got my kids to take care of. His kids. He made it sound like I was his nanny, with the added bonus of sleeping with them. Kids need fresh air too. He gave me a condescending look as if I was a delusional child in need of reprimand. He didn't think I'd be able to handle his children, much less a dog on top of it. Maybe he was right. But one of us had to try. I had a feeling that no matter how in control of his soldiers, his city, and his life Cassio seemed, his own home and his family had slipped out of his hands. He was incapable of fixing it. Maybe he'd even given up hope that it could be fixed. And now, here I was, without the hint of knowledge about dogs or kids that went beyond what I'd read in books, supposed to deal with all of this. In the months since our engagement, I dreaded our wedding night. Now it seemed naive that the simple act of sex had held so much trepidation for me. Sharing a bed with Cassio was the least of my battles. Fixing this family? Making it somehow into my family? That was the most daunting challenge I could imagine. Looking up into Cassio's exhausted and weary eyes, I promised myself to master it.
Chapter 9. Cassio. Annoyance hummed under my skin. Julia peered up at me calmly, thinking she knew everything. It was the advantage of youth, believing you knew how the world ran and convinced you could shape it to your ideals. She'd soon realize that ideals were just teenage foolishness. Come now, I gritted out, not wanting to release the frustration of the last few months on her. Ultimately, it was my fault for allowing this marriage, for thinking an 18-year-old girl could be a wife and mother. The idea that Julia could become Gaia 2.0 turned my stomach over. Julia opened her mouth as if to say more, but I sent her a warning look. She'd need to learn when to shut up. She pursed her lips but remained quiet. I led her to Daniele's room first. I opened the door but didn't turn the lights on. Daniele's bed was empty. Where is he? Julia whispered, worried, as she crossed the room toward the bed. My heart clenched. Turning on my heel, I walked out and strode down the corridor. Steps followed me and Julia appeared at my side. Cassio? I didn't say anything. Couldn't. The door to the last room on the left was ajar, as I knew it would be. I pushed it open. The light spilling in illuminated Daniele's small form on the huge king-size bed. He was curled into himself on top of the comforter, half covered by his own blanket. I took a deep breath, hating the feeling of guilt wilting my insides. Anger toward Gaia was an emotion I could handle better. I could feel Julia's eyes on me, the myriad of questions she wanted to ask. In the silence of the room, even her unspoken words frustrated me. She took a few hesitant steps toward Daniele. My hand shot out, clamping down on her upper arm with more force than intended. She winced, looking up at me in a wounded way that had nothing to do with my hard grip. I released her at once, then walked past her toward the bed. For a moment, I watched my son's tear-stained face. He was only 2, 3 in a month, an age when tears were still okay. Soon, they wouldn't be anymore. I bent down and carefully picked him up, trying not to wake him. Whenever I did, he'd squirm away and start crying again. He didn't wake, however. His tiny head leaned against my chest as I cradled him against my body, the blanket swaddling him. Julia followed me without a word as I walked out of the bedroom and carried Daniele back to his own room. I put him down on his bed, covered him, then stroked his hair lightly. Feeling Julia watching me from the doorway, I straightened and headed to her. She stepped back so I could close the door. Julia scanned my face, her expression filled with compassion.
Does he always come to your bedroom at night?
It's not mine, I pressed out. It's Gaia's. I sleep in the master bedroom.
Oh.
Confusion showed on Julia's face.
You didn't share a bedroom with your late wife?
I gritted my teeth, trying to stifle my anger and, worse, that heavy feeling of sadness. No. I headed to Simona's room. Julia hurried after me. She couldn't let it drop. She was too curious.
Because you don't want to share a bedroom?
I glared. No, because Gaia didn't want to share a bed with me. Now stop the questions. My voice was harsh, threatening, a tone meant for soldiers that displeased me. Definitely not for my wife. I turned away from Julia's hurt expression. My grip on the handle was crushing as I shoved open the door. Not waiting for Julia, I crossed the room and headed toward the crib. Simona slept soundly. Some of the darkness in my chest lifted. Never all of it, though. I couldn't even remember a time when my thoughts hadn't been dominated by darkness. I stroked my daughter's chubby cheek with my thumb, then leaned down and kissed her forehead. I was on the way out when Julia spoke up.
What about the baby monitor?
I froze. She was right. Tonight was the first time Sybil or one of the maids wasn't staying overnight. They had always taken the monitor during the night. Simona's cries had still woken me, and she'd only settled down when I'd consoled her. Returning to the crib, I grabbed the monitor from the sideboard. When I stepped back into the corridor and closed the door, I said, "How did you know?" Julia shrugged.
I read about baby monitors, and when I saw it standing there, I thought we needed it.
She bit her lip.
Have you never taken it with you before?
I stared down at the small device. No. Gaia or Sybil kept it at night. I trailed off, then held the monitor out to Julia. She took it with a small frown. It should pick up the smallest sound, but unless Simona starts crying, you don't need to get up. Julia only nodded, not saying anything when I could tell she wanted to. I was glad for her silence. I nodded down the corridor. Let's go to bed. I need to get up early, and Simona will probably wake us a few times tonight. I led Julia toward the master bedroom, wondering how long she'd want to sleep in it before she moved to one of the guest bedrooms. I turned on the lights and motioned for Julia to enter. She slipped past me into the vast room. She looked around curiously. Her 3 suitcases waited beside the door to the walk-in closet. I told Sybil that you'd probably want to put in your clothes yourself.
Yes, thank you. That way I'll know where everything is,
she said absent-mindedly, as she walked toward the window, peering outside. It was too dark to see much but the general outline of the gardens. She looked petite, and I had to resist the urge to walk up to her and touch her shoulders. Last night she had to accept my closeness. but I wouldn't force it on her again. I cleared my throat, causing Julia to turn. Her gaze fell on the king-size dark wood bed on the left. Her expression tightened ever so slightly. "I'll get ready." I gritted out and headed for the en-suite bathroom. I wasn't even sure what had me on edge tonight. I had been wound tightly for almost a year now. It was getting harder and harder to suppress the flood of emotions. Only once I'd released my frustration, and it had felt good. So fucking good. It had led to this point, had ultimately cost my children their mother. Trying to stop this dangerous train of thought, I started brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed. A bed I'd have to share with another woman who didn't want me. Julia still hid her resentment better than Gaia ever did. Yet she didn't feel anything but resentment, considering she was forced to marry me. Her feelings toward sharing a bed with me again tonight had been clear as day. Trepidation. She needn't have worried. Despite the dark hunger for my young wife's lovely pussy, I was a man who could control himself. I abhorred the idea of sleeping with a woman again who didn't want me. The years with Gaia had been enough. Even when she'd approached me for sex, which only happened when she had ulterior motives, she never wanted to sleep with me. She didn't even think of me when I fucked her. A new wave of fury twisted my insides. I spit the toothpaste into the sink, then washed my face and changed into my pajama bottoms. My anger didn't lessen as I stepped back into the bedroom. Julia had changed into a silken nightgown with tiny sunflowers all over it. She stared at a picture of the white beach taken from my summer house on Long Beach Island on a beautiful spring day. A picture meant to call to the calm within me. In vain. It was unreasonable to be furious over her choice of wardrobe, especially when she looked exceptionally pretty in her gown. But I was. "Didn't I tell you to get rid of those sunflower atrocities?" Julia jumped and whirled around. Her hair settled in smooth ringlets on her bare shoulders. Her eyes were wide, as blue as the sky in the photo above her head. "Excuse me?" More anger, which wasn't even directed at Julia. Still, it roared louder inside my chest since I'd seen Daniele on his mother's bed. Every night he went there, no matter how often I told him not to. "I sent you new clothes. I expect you to wear them." Julia raised her chin. "While I understand your need for me to look like a lady in public, I can't see why I can't wear the clothes I love in private. Only because I'm your wife now doesn't mean I'm not still me. I won't become someone else only because you don't like who I am. You chose to marry me. You can't form me into the wife you want. You can't control everything, even if you think you have to." What did she know? I stalked toward her. She tossed her head back to meet my furious gaze. Goosebumps flashed across her skin and her nipples hardened, straining against the thin fabric of her nightgown. "Is that so? I control hundreds of men and an entire city, but you think I can't control you?" I stepped closer, backing Julia into the wall. "Stop intimidating me," she said, trying to step past me. I thrust my arm out, bracing my palm against the wall beside her head, caging her in. "You will obey me." She regarded my arm, then looked up. She stepped closer until we were almost touching, throwing me off. "What will you do if I don't obey?" That goddamn strawberry scent filled my nose. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I jerked her toward me and lowered my head for a harsh kiss. She stiffened in my hold, gasped into my mouth. What the fuck was I doing?
Julia. I froze, caught off guard by his sudden closeness. How could he kiss me when he was angry? He turned around with a sharp exhale and stalked a few steps away before he slanted me a cautious look. You don't have to be scared. I won't force myself on you. Last night was necessary, but I won't seek you out again until you want me. He sounded tired again, as if he were certain I'd never want him to. What had happened between his wife and him? I pushed the thought of her to the back of my mind, and with it the accompanying uneasiness. I should have said something, but I was overwhelmed. By the situation, by the kiss that still echoed in my lips, by the look in Cassio's eyes. I felt like I was caught up in the current, which spun faster and faster, leaving me disoriented. Yesterday morning, I'd been me, an 18-year-old girl who loved art and Pilates. Now I was a wife, a stepmother, the society lady at an underboss's side. With all my new roles, was there still room for me? Cassio looked at me, nodding slowly, as if my expression gave him an answer to a question he hadn't even uttered. He walked over to the bed and sank down. His broad shoulders and back were covered by long, thin, vertical scars that I hadn't noticed before. Many of them. I approached him to get a better look. Cassio didn't say anything, only looked at me. I pointed at one of the scars, then lightly touched it by pulling my hand away after a moment. You can touch them, Cassio said calmly, but his voice had an edgier note to it. I brushed my fingertips over the scars on his shoulder blades and back. Some fathers tortured their sons to make them strong. Cassio was strong and brutal. Was his father the reason for it? You did this? Your father? Cassio shook his head. The way he was watching me made me blush. I wasn't even sure why. When I was your age, a few of my men and I got captured by the Bratva. They whipped me before they moved on to the other torture methods. My mouth ran dry at his clinical tone. My God, that's horrible. I sank down beside him on the edge of the bed. His musky scent made me want to lean closer, to run my nose along his skin and taste it. What a ridiculous thought. Why did you think my father did it? Because that's how many made men make their sons strong. You know, my uncles, abusing their children is their favorite sport. Cassio's eyes lingered on the small scar on my knee, then moved up to the one on my outer thigh and one on my upper arm. They weren't prominent, but sitting as close as we did, they couldn't be missed. I have one on my shoulder, too, I said, twisting to show him the scar there. 4 scars. Not much in comparison to yours. Something in his gaze made my pulse pick up. Something dark lurking in its depths. Those scars, he murmured. Did your father create them? Oh, now I understood the look. No, I said quickly, and without thinking put my hand on his. His eyes cut down to our hands, then back up to me. He never hit me, he wouldn't. He adores me. That sounded vain, but it was the truth. My father was certainly a violent man, but not at home. Not to my mother and me. Cassio chuckled. I can see why he does. I bit my lip, surprised by his words. Who gave you those scars, then? When I was young, I loved to climb trees. We had a few old tall trees in our garden. I loved to climb them. I wasn't supposed to, but I snuck out all the time. One time I didn't pay enough attention and fell down. I broke a few bones and got caught up by a thorn bush beneath the tree. That's it. Dad cut down all the trees after that. You make it sound as if Felix is a good father, which contradicts the opinion I've gathered on him as a human being in general. I wasn't offended by his words. Dad didn't have the respect of his fellow underbosses. Christian had complained about it more than once. He doesn't like you very much either. Cassio laughed, a deep belly laugh which made me grin. He gave me you. What a strange way to show me his disdain. Our arms brushed lightly. He was so warm, so tall, so strong. With his stubble and the square jaw and sharp cheekbones, he was the epitome of manliness. I'd always considered myself a girl who'd go for the ballet dancer type, the nerd with glasses, the sophisticated chess player. I'd been so very wrong because Cassio's body hit all the right buttons. My eyes lingered on the familiar tattoo on his chest, right over his heart. Born in blood, sworn in blood. I enter alive and leave dead. I traced the intricate letters, not even thinking about it. His chest hair tickled my fingertips and sent a thrill into every nerve ending of my body. Cassio stilled under my touch, but his eyes burned me. I wanted him. Wanted to feel his strong body on top of me again. His stubble scratching my inner thighs. His lips hot between my legs. Heat flooded me. I looked up. Cassio's chest heaved. He didn't move. He was waiting for me to say something, do something, but I didn't know how. Again, the sense of being overwhelmed hit me. I dropped my hand. Cassio cleared his throat. I have an early morning. We should sleep. Yeah, I said quickly, then got onto all fours to crawl to my side of the bed. Cassio's sharp exhale made me cringe, realizing my thoughtless move. I'd practically jutted my butt out and knelt on all fours right beside him. I could practically see Cassio's restraint snapping. With a groan, he slung an arm around my hip and pressed a kiss right on my ass cheek before he pulled me on top of him. My lips were already parted with surprise when his tongue plunged into my mouth. His big hand covered the back of my head, holding me in place. My pulse throbbed right between my legs at the fiery heat of Cassio's kiss, at the feel of his muscular thighs under my ass, and the growing pressure of his desire for me. A shrill cry burst through our bubble. We jerked apart. Cassio glanced to the baby monitor. Simona. I pushed off his lap. My legs felt like rubber and my panties clung to my center. My arousal evaporated the moment I realized that it was my job to console the crying baby and to do whatever else was required in a situation like that.
Chapter 10. Cassio. Julia looked at me with wide eyes. My brain was working slower than usual. Her taste lingered on my tongue, and my thighs were still warm from her pretty ass. Despite my promise to keep my distance, I'd practically dragged her onto my lap the first chance I got. She hadn't resisted. Because she'd wanted me or because she feared to refuse me. Simona's cries grew in intensity. She's probably hungry. Okay. Julia looked like a deer in the headlights. I sighed and stood, rearranging my dick so it wasn't as obvious. Come on, I'll show you everything. Julia pulled a robe over and followed after me. I was on the way downstairs to prepare the bottle, but Julia froze. Shouldn't we console her first before going down into the kitchen? I considered that, then nodded slowly. Sybil had prepared the bottle while I took care of Simona. Once Sybil fed her, I returned to bed. Julia and I went to Simona's bedroom and walked in. I turned the lights on. Simona's face scrunched up with her cries, her skin already turning red. Her cries tore at me. She'd always been a crier, but since Gaia's death, it had become worse. Now every one of her cries seemed to ring with an undertone of accusation, and my guilt weighed heavy on my shoulders. I walked over to the crib and picked Simona up, cradling her in my arms. She quieted only briefly. Sighing, I headed back to the door where Julia was hovering with an uncertain expression. You don't know anything about children, right? She hesitated. Only what I've read. That was what I'd suspected. Her parents made it sound like she was a practiced babysitter. But of course that had been tactic. Rocking Simona gently, I headed downstairs, Julia close behind me. I could only hope Daniele wouldn't wake as well. I couldn't comfort them both. Not that he would let me console him. Stifling my frustration, I entered the kitchen. It had been a while since I'd prepared a bottle, but Sybil had set everything out in preparation. I nodded toward the bottles and formula. You have to prepare the bottle. Julia's eyes snapped to me. I've never done it. I sighed, then held Simona out to her. Then you'll have to hold her while I show you how to do it. Julia glanced at my daughter, swallowing. Embarrassment filled her face as she met my gaze, and I knew what she'd say before she did. I've never held a baby in my life. For a moment, I felt the urge to lash out at her verbally, but I shoved it down. Julia had even less say in marrying me than I did. It wasn't her fault that she didn't know the first thing about being a mother. It's not difficult. Just hold out your arms and take her. What if I drop her, or hurt her, or... Julia, it's going to be fine. You won't drop her, and you won't hurt her. Julia nodded and finally held out her arms. I put Simona into them, and Julia immediately cradled her to her chest. Oh, she's heavier than I thought. I hovered beside her to see if she could handle it. But Julia only had eyes for Simona. She looked terrified and a little lost. Then Simona did what she always did when anyone but me or my sisters or mother held her. She began bawling, her tiny arms and legs thrashing as she tried to squirm away from the stranger. Julia's eyes grew wide, scared, as she sought my gaze for help. Sighing, I went over to the bottles. Try to console her. She needs to get used to you. Simona had never taken to Sybil or the other maids. If the same happened with Julia, months of sleepless nights would turn into years, and my daughter would remain without a mother figure in her life. It was an option I didn't want to entertain. Shh, shh. Julia rocked Simona, but even from afar I could see her anxiety, and Simona could probably feel it too. The crying didn't cease. If possible, it got even more intense. I moved faster preparing the formula, trying not to let the cries snap my patience. I wanted to call Felix right this moment and tell him that he'd regret lying to me, that I'd find a way to make him pay. The best way, of course, to pay him back would be to nullify our marriage because he'd cheated me of a promised mother figure. With the bottle, I walked over to Julia, who looked close to tears herself. But it would be absolutely dishonorable to cancel the marriage at this point. And not just that. Nothing in this world would make me give up Julia now that I had her. Maybe she wasn't the mother my children needed, but fuck, she was what I craved. The moment I took Simona from Julia, her shoulders sagged with relief. Simona quieted in my hold and accepted the bottle, watching me with teary eyes, her chubby cheeks blotchy. I'm sorry, Julia said. Guilt filled her expression. I didn't say anything. Slowly, I made my way back upstairs and into Simona's room. Julia was quiet. I should say something, tell her it would get better, but I wasn't sure if it was true. Julia watched me the entire time that I fed my daughter. Simona was calm as I cradled her against my chest.
Should I try to hold her again?
She asked, uncertain. No. I clipped. I couldn't bear another crying fit. Julia nodded slowly, looking away. Silence settled over us, only disturbed by the suckling sounds of Simona drinking her bottle. When she was finally done, my eyes burned with exhaustion. I tried to put Simona back down in her crib, but the moment I did, she began wailing again. With a small sigh, I went over to the rocking chair in the corner and sank down. The thing groaned under my weight. You can go to sleep. I don't need you. Julia winced as if I'd slapped her. She turned, walked out, and silently closed the door. I rocked, watching my daughter who looked wide awake. This would be another sleepless night. Simona had eventually fallen asleep, so I was able to catch 2 hours of sleep before my alarm rang at 6. Groaning, feeling bone-tired, I straightened in bed. Julia sat up too. Just like after our first night together, her eyes were puffy from crying. Maybe our bond was doomed the same way my bond with Gaia had been.
Good morning,
she said, tugging a strand of hair behind her ear and straightening her bangs.
I didn't hear you come to bed.
It was late. Simona wouldn't fall asleep. Julia bit her lip.
Sybil's going to be here today, right?
I nodded. You don't have to worry. You won't have to be alone with my children yet. Sybil will show you how to take care of them until you know what to do. But Sybil's main job is to clean and cook.
Okay,
she said softly. I'm going to get ready. Your bodyguards are coming over at 7 so I can introduce you before I leave for work.
Are they your late wife's bodyguards?
Fury burned in my chest. No. Which was mostly the truth. Julia got out of bed, but her eyes were on me.
When will you be home tonight?
I don't know. I headed into the bathroom and closed the door. The hot shower did nothing to dissipate the heavy sense of exhaustion. While Julia got ready, I dressed in my usual 3-piece suit before I headed to Daniele's room. As expected, he wasn't inside. I found him on Gaia's bed, still in his PJs, staring down at his tablet. Daniele, you know you aren't supposed to be in here. He didn't react, except for rounding in his small shoulders and jutting out his chin. I went over to him and picked him up. He squirmed in my hold, but I didn't set him down. It's enough, I snapped. My patience was running thin after last night. He only struggled harder. My chest tightened in a mix of despair and frustration. Daniele, stop it now! He froze, and so did Julia, who was watching from her spot in the doorway to our bedroom. Simona began wailing in her room. Seconds later, the dog began barking up a storm downstairs. I stopped, and for a moment, sure I'd lose it. Swallowing hard, I went over to Julia and set Daniele down in front of her. Get him dressed and don't allow him to spend all day on the tablet. I'll take care of Simona. I didn't wait for her reply. Turning my back on her and my son's accusing little face, I headed to my daughter. Once in her room, I rested my forehead against the cool door for a couple of heartbeats before finally, I felt in a state of mind to console my little girl.
Julia. I stood frozen, staring down at the little boy. What had just happened? Daniele had struggled against Cassio's grip as if he was terrified of him. And for a moment, Cassio had appeared as if he was on the verge of losing control. Lulu kept barking downstairs, but Simona quieted eventually, probably because Cassio had taken her out of her crib. Remembering last night's mess, I squared my shoulders and squatted before the little boy. "Hello, Daniele. I'm Julia." Daniele looked at me with miserable, milk chocolate brown eyes. His caramel blonde hair was a tousled mess and even looked knotted in places, as if it hadn't been combed properly in a long time. "How about we get you ready for the day?" He didn't react, only stared. My stomach tightened. This kid was hurting. His mother had died only a few months ago, and his dad was obviously overwhelmed by the situation. I didn't know what had happened, didn't know the extent of Daniele's trauma, but it was obvious that he needed help. He looked thin, too. I straightened and held out my hand. "Will you show me to your room?" Nothing. He looked down at the tablet clutched in his hand and turned it on. A sort of game with colorful balloons popped up. I didn't want to forcefully carry him into his room like Cassio might have done. That wouldn't help me get the boy's trust. "Daniele, please help me. I'm new here, and I need you to show me your room. Will you help me?" I waited with an extended hand. Daniele didn't take my hand or look up from the tablet, but he moved towards his room. I followed him inside. He sank down on his bed, the tablet on his lap. Looking around, I spotted a wardrobe on the right side. Everything was in neutral tones, the walls, furniture, rugs, except for the colorful stuffed toy dinosaurs on the shelves and on his bed. I'd have to do something about that. In my research about children, I'd found images of beautiful hand drawings for nurseries. After some rummaging, I finally found a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. Most of the clothes inside the drawers were for warmer temperatures, and most of the winter clothes that I'd found looked too small for Daniele. I headed back to him and knelt down in front of him, tilting my head to see his face. He was focused on the screen, but briefly, his lashes fluttered up. "Can you dress yourself?" I don't know when kids learn things like that. When Daniele didn't react, I reached for his tablet. He let out an enraged cry and turned away. "Daniele, we need to get you dressed." I took the tablet and Daniele threw himself at me, completely catching me off guard. The way I was kneeling, I had no chance to brace myself. I fell back and landed on my back with Daniele on top of me as he fought me for the tablet. His nails scratched my cheek. "Enough," Cassio roared, and Daniele's weight lifted off me. I jerked into a sitting position, still stunned. Cassio stood over me, clutching Daniele against his side, restraining the little boy's thrashing arms. "I said enough." Daniele froze in Cassio's hold. Cassio's expression was thunderous. I swallowed and slowly scrambled to my feet. Cassio's eyes slanted to my cheek, which was throbbing. I touched the spot and my fingertips came away stained with blood. "God damn it," Cassio said harshly, his voice shaking with an emotion I couldn't place. He looked down at the now motionless boy in his arms. Daniele wasn't the only one who was hurting. He went over to a changing table I hadn't even noticed before, and set Daniele down on it. I picked up the tablet from the floor and put it on the bed before I approached Cassio. I held out the clothes I'd chosen for Daniele. Cassio nodded at the table. I put the clothes down as I watched Cassio undress Daniele, who was still wearing nappies. Surprise washed over me. Shouldn't he be potty trained by almost 3? "Can you change a diaper?" Cassio asked. but his voice held an edge that suggested he knew the answer was no. I shook my head. I can learn. Cassio's mouth thinned into a line. He changed the diaper quickly, and Daniele didn't as much as twitch, stubbornly stared off to the side. After that, Cassio got his son dressed. As suspected, the clothes were on the verge of being too small. Not too wide because he was thin, but definitely too short. Cassio lowered Daniele to the floor, and the boy went over to his tablet at once. For a while, he didn't need a diaper, then Cassio fell silent. Then Gaia died. Is that why he's so thin and not talking? Cassio swallowed and his expression hardened. Yes. See if you can get him to eat more than a few morsels of food. Cassio scanned my face, his eyes lingering on my scratched cheek once more. This was a mistake. Me. He meant I was a mistake because I wasn't what he'd expected. But he and his family weren't what I'd expected either. So many things needed fixing in this house. Daniele, the boy with the trauma because of his mother's death and his father's possible involvement. Simona, who wailed the second I touched her. Lulu, who'd never learned to be a family dog. And Cassio, who dealt with demons I had no clue about. Cassio rubbed his hand over his stubble, then sighed. This isn't one of the dresses I bought for you. You can't wear this when you meet your bodyguards. I glanced down. I wore black tights, a black pleated miniskirt with suspenders, and a yellow cashmere sweater. It wasn't fancy, but certainly nice enough for a day at home. I don't see why I need to dress up for them. Cassio's eyes flashed. Julia, don't test my patience, not right now. I didn't marry so I'd have another stubborn child to deal with. Gritting my teeth against a snappy comeback, I turned around. I didn't want to fight with Cassio, but I wouldn't change into one of those stuck-up dresses when there was absolutely no reason to do so. I didn't get far. An arm wrapped around my stomach and sharply pulled me back so I was pressed to a hard body. Cassio's palm pressed flat against my belly, holding me in place as he leaned down. You will change now. The low command vibrated through my body in a way that thrilled and scared me. What's your problem? My problem is that you keep disobeying me and that your skirt is far too short when I'm not around. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Even my mother had never considered my clothes too daring or sexy, and she was conservative. The miniskirt might be short, but the tights were opaque, and my sweater certainly didn't scream sexy vamp. I'm not joking, Cassio growled. I laughed again. You're being unreasonable. Cassio turned me around, one arm around my waist, the other cupping the back of my head. It wasn't an intimate, loving gesture, it was dominant. Don't fight me on this. Not this. I won't have you around my men in that skirt when I'm not with you. Understood? His eyes burned with angry possession. I probably would have said more, but the sound of Daniele's game reminded me that he was in the room behind us. Understood, I said. Now let go of me. He stepped back. I turned and went into our bedroom to change. When I came downstairs in long black dress pants and a loose-fitting blouse tucked into my waistband, Cassio gave a pleased nod. I felt as if I was wearing a costume. The clothes were uncomfortable. They weren't me. My men are waiting in my office to meet you. What about Simona? Where is she? With Sybil in the kitchen. After I've introduced you to your bodyguards, you need to get Daniele down here. He can't stay in his room all day. I need to go clothes shopping. Nothing fits him. Then do that. Domenico and Elia will accompany you. With his hand on the small of my back, he led me down the corridor to a massive wooden door. As we passed the room Lulu was locked in, she barked, causing Cassio's expression to tighten once more. His office offered a stunning view of the gardens. beautifully kept as if they belonged to a mansion in the English countryside and not a family home. It didn't look as if the garden was used at all. 2 men sat in wide armchairs across from a sleek oak desk. Both Rose II, Cassio, and I entered the room. Cassio kept his hand on my back as he motioned at the older man. "This is Domenico." The man looked to be in his 60s with short gray hair. He looked like he served in the military, straight back, perfectly ironed shirt, no-nonsense expression. "It's a pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Moretti." Mrs. Moretti. I glanced at Cassio, my husband. It hadn't really sunk in yet. Not really. "And this is Elia." My gaze followed that of my husband's toward the second man, and he was the complete opposite of Domenico. For one, he was young, mid-20s tops. He had wavy light brown hair that was loosely styled back. His clothes accentuated a muscled body, and his smile came quick. It was easygoing, almost charming, but still with the necessary respect. "Nice to meet you." Cassio looked at me. "Nice to meet you too," I said quickly. I was surprised. Domenico was exactly how I'd expected my bodyguards to look, considering how jealous Cassio seemed to be. Elia definitely wasn't. Maybe that explained why Cassio hadn't wanted me to wear the miniskirt. Yet it seemed unlikely that he'd choose a man as my bodyguard that he didn't trust absolutely. Cassio thrived on control. He was sure of his power. Or maybe he wanted to confirm the extent of his control. And this was his test. Question was, whom was he testing? Elia or me? Chapter 11. Julia. Cassio left shortly after introducing me to my new bodyguards. I thought he might have breakfast with the children and me, but apparently he never did. He startled me when he bent down for a goodbye kiss. I didn't think he was the type of man for public displays of affection, but maybe that kiss was meant to show dominance. Still, his lips on mine felt nice. When the front door shut after him, I stood in the lobby, feeling a little lost. I could feel Elia's and Domenico's eyes on me as they hovered a few steps beside me, waiting for orders. I was the mistress of this house now, responsible for 2 small children and a dog. Trying not to panic, I smiled at my bodyguards. A smile almost always saved the situation. "I'll have breakfast with the children first. After that, we can go shopping. Would you like to join us for breakfast, or do you have a room where you'd rather rest until I need your services?" Domenico nodded. "There's a guard on the premises. We'd like to join you for breakfast." Elia interrupted him. Domenico frowned but didn't say anything. Elia established eye contact with me. He was friendly and open. Domenico definitely had the surly bodyguard act down. "All right. Why don't you go ahead?" I trailed off. "Do you know where breakfast usually takes place?" Elia smiled. Domenico only shook his head. I gave an embarrassed smile. "Okay then, I'll head into the kitchen to find Sybil." Gaia used to eat in the dining room, but the room was too big, too formal for my taste. The kitchen, however, had a white country house style with big windows and a long wooden table that showed traces of use. Simona rolled around the kitchen in her baby walker, while Sybil cooked a sort of breakfast bake with sausage and eggs. Simona eyed me critically, but she was busy turning colorful wheels on the tray at the front of her walker. "Why don't you go ahead and sit down while I get Daniele?" I said. Domenico and Elia sank down in the chairs at once. "He doesn't eat breakfast. He usually hides when I try to get him." Turning around to Sybil, I said, "I'll get him down. Don't worry. Did you walk Lulu yet?" "No, I never do. She's got the box." "I'll let her into the garden then until I have time to walk her later." Sybil turned to me wide-eyed. "The master doesn't want the dog in the garden." "He put Lulu there last night, so he doesn't seem to mind." No, that was to punish the dog. But it's not supposed to pee in the garden. Well, that's going to change now. Elia and Domenico regarded me curiously. I gave them another smile before I headed upstairs. I had a feeling I knew how to draw Daniele out of his room. When I stepped inside, he was gone. I didn't find him in his mother's old bedroom either, but I heard a sound from under the bed. Daniele, I'm going to let Lulu out into the garden so she can run around a bit. Do you want to join us? I waited, and after a couple of minutes, a dark blonde head poked from under the bed. He scrambled to his feet and regarded me suspiciously. The tablet clutched to his chest. I held out my hand. Come. I'm sure Lulu can't wait to see the garden. He didn't take my hand, but he followed me downstairs. I stepped in front of him when I opened the door to Lulu's prison. She waited right in front of it. The floor behind her was covered with pee and poo. Sighing, I bent down and scooped her up. Daniele watched me open-mouthed. I stroked Lulu's fur and his face filled with longing. Remembering Cassio's words about her snapping, I decided not to let him touch her for now. Both needed to heal before they could really become friends. Daniele fell into step beside me as I crossed the living room to the French doors. The cold November air wafted into my face. Staying inside, I set Lulu down on the terrace. For a moment, she didn't move, only raised her nose and let the wind tug at her fur. Then she stormed off. My heart skipped a beat, thinking she was trying to run away. Instead, she just ran, twisting and turning like a hare. She ran and ran and ran as if she was delirious with her newfound freedom. Daniele stood close to me, following everything with childish wonder. I squatted beside him even as the uncomfortable fabric of my pants made it difficult. She's happy, see? He nodded but didn't take his eyes off Lulu. Daniele and I stayed like that for almost 10 minutes, and Lulu only stopped once to pee before dashing off again. But I was getting cold. Straightening, I pushed 2 fingers between my lips and let out a whistle. Daniele's head snapped to me, his little mouth falling open. I whistled again, even though Lulu was already trotting my way. Do you want to learn how to whistle like that? Daniele nodded slowly. Then I'll teach you. Lulu wagged her tail hesitantly, but she kept a few steps between Daniele and her. I didn't know if something had happened, or if she'd just never learned to deal with children, but I hoped I could fix them both. Daniele and I entered the kitchen. The room smelled of bacon and freshly brewed coffee, and my stomach tightened at once. I hadn't eaten much last night, too nervous before coming to my new home. Now I was starving. Lulu was a couple of steps behind us, her tail tucked between her legs, obviously overwhelmed. I knew how that felt. Sybil shook her head. That's not good. The master won't like it. I only smiled. Thank you for making us breakfast. Simona already sat in her high chair, but there was a second one beside it. Sybil set the breakfast casserole down on the table, then grabbed Daniele, who started screaming. Despite his struggling, she took the tablet from him and tried to push him into his high chair. Domenico got up as if to help her restrain him. No, I said firmly. Both of them gave me looks. Elia remained, watching me. He won't eat if he's not confined to his chair, Sybil said. I took Daniele from her, which wasn't easy due to his struggling. Then I set him down on a chair. Do you want a big boy chair? He quieted, then his eyes darted to the tablet. No, I said softly. You can have your tablet after breakfast, but none of us are playing games while we eat. You're a big boy, Daniele. That's why you can't play during meals and why you're allowed to sit on a grown-up chair. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, the sadness in them seemed too big for someone that small to carry. I swallowed. Without thinking, I stroked his head. He stilled.
Clearing my throat, I straightened and pushed his chair a bit closer to the table. "Can you get a pillow?" I asked Domenico. He disappeared and returned a couple of minutes later with a throw pillow. "I have to lift you so Domenico can put the pillow on the chair so you're taller, okay?" Daniele gave a small nod. I grabbed him under the arms and raised him, then quickly lowered him on the pillow. Now his head was level with the table. I took the seat beside him. Sybil gave me a small thankful nod before she turned back to Simona, who refused to be spoon-fed. "Eat," I told my bodyguards before I scooped a bit of the casserole on my plate. "Do you want to share a plate with me?" I asked Daniele, holding out a fork for him. After a moment of consideration, he took it. I pierced a slice of sausage and stuffed it in my mouth. "It's good. Try it." Daniele only poked the food with the fork. Soon Lulu hovered under the table, obviously hoping for scraps. Before I could stop him, Daniele threw a slice of sausage on the floor, which Lulu scarfed down at once. "Daniele!" Sybil exclaimed, but I raised my palm. Daniele jutted his chin out, and one look at his eyes told me he was about to retreat into himself if I didn't do something. "If you want to feed Lulu, you have to eat too. How about this? For every bite you give her, you need to eat one in turn." Daniele considered that for a moment before he gave a quick nod, then speared the smallest slice of sausage on the plate and pushed it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed, then tossed another scrap down for Lulu. Sybil sighed. "The master won't like that. The dog isn't supposed to be in the kitchen, much less get food from the table." It wasn't ideal, but if this bargain got Daniele to eat, I'd take it, until I could figure out why he acted the way he did and could fix it. I almost laughed. How was I supposed to fix traumatized children, a neglected dog? By trying. That was all I could do. And I would try because Simona, Daniele, and Lulu, and maybe even Cassio, needed me. After breakfast, Lulu, sated by more sausage and eggs than a small dog should have, curled up under the table to sleep. Domenico and Elia went ahead to prepare the cars for our shopping trip while Sybil was busy cleaning Lulu's room, which wouldn't serve as that from this day on. I wanted her to be part of this family. I was left alone in the kitchen with Daniele still perched on the pillow, now with the tablet on his lap, and Simona, who squirmed in her high chair. These two kids were now mine to take care of. The weight of my responsibility sat square on my shoulders as I watched them. I didn't feel like a mother. Would they ever accept me? Maybe I should lower my expectations and start by becoming their friend. That was the first step. I approached Simona and smiled. She eyed me curiously. "Hello, Simona. I'm Julia." Some of the banana oatmeal she'd had for breakfast stuck to her cheek. I reached for a tea towel and wetted it with my spittle before I wiped at Simona's skin. God, I was turning into my aunts. I always hated when they'd wiped at something with their own spittle. No, that was me. Simona squirmed, but didn't cry. I marked it down as a small victory. "All done," I declared. "Now we need to get you out of this chair and ready for a shopping trip." I grabbed her under the arms, lifted her out of the chair, then balanced her on my hip like I'd seen other people do. Simona was silent, but her eyes had become big. She wasn't convinced of me yet. For once, Daniele wasn't looking at a screen. His intense look was fixed on me and Simona. "You don't have to be worried about your sister, Daniele. I'm going to take care of you two." Sybil sighed from the doorway. "They're too young to understand everything you're telling them. Maybe you should explain less. You're the adult, and you don't need to justify your actions to them." I frowned. It was obvious that she thought I was another child to take care of. I was young and inexperienced when children were concerned, but I was also supposed to be the new mistress of the house and a role model for these children. I had to put my foot down. "Thank you for your input, Sybil, but
How we raised Daniele and Simona is only Cassio's and my business. After a moment of stunned silence, Sybil gave a curt nod. Of course. Disapproval oozed from her every pore. And I didn't really blame her. It must be strange to have someone as young as myself as your boss. The breakfast casserole was absolutely delicious. Thank you for that, I said as a peace offering. I didn't want Sybil as my enemy. I needed all the help I could get. Surprise crossed Sybil's face, then she nodded and a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. Simona on my hip, I held out my hand for Daniele. Come, let's go shopping. We'll get you new shoes and cool shirts. Daniele looked down to his tablet. Searching for a way to convince him, my eyes settled on Lulu, who slept under the table. We're going to buy new things for Lulu, too. Do you want to help me choose the best toys for her? Daniele's head shot up and he hopped off the stool at once. The tablet has to stay here. You need to really pay attention so you can check out all the toys. Daniele hesitated, the tablet pressed to his chest. Then slowly he put it down on the chair and came toward me. Simona was tugging at my bangs curiously. Daniele didn't take my hand, but he followed me out into the entrance hall where Elia was waiting for us. Do you need help? He motioned at Simona. Actually, yes. I can't put on my shoes and help Daniele with his jacket when I'm holding her. Elia smiled and came toward me. As he took Simona from me, his fingers brushed my hand. And for some reason, it didn't feel like an accident. Simona began wailing the moment he held her, and even if her cries bothered me, I was secretly elated that she hadn't cried while in my arms. I quickly got dressed and found a jacket for Daniele before we finally set out. I was wedged between the two child seats in the back of the Cadillac, while Elia and Domenico sat in the front. When I'd gone shopping in the past, it had taken 2 or 3 hours tops. But with 2 small children, things were very different. Eventually, I gave up on having them try on the clothes and just held the pieces in front of them, hoping they'd fit. Despite the crying fits, it was enormously fun buying kids' clothing. There were so many cute pieces that even my ovaries exploded. I couldn't wait for Cassio to see them, even if I was a bit worried regarding his reaction to the cute overall dresses that I got for Simona. One of them had sunflower buttons. For Daniele, I got a few sweatshirts with Big Brother quotes which, when I told him what they said, made him smile a tiny bit. 6 hours, 10 crying fits, 3 changed nappies, which proved to be extraordinarily tricky, and 10 shopping bags later, we returned home. Both children had fallen asleep on the drive to the mansion and didn't even wake when we carried them inside. Simona in my arm and Daniele in Elia's. After we'd brought them to bed, Elia followed me back downstairs. You have a knack for kids. Thank you, I said. I still wasn't entirely sure if he was being friendly or more. Something was definitely off. Lulu, I called. A scratching sounded behind the storage room door, followed by barking. Sighing, I opened the door. Sybil must have locked her in again. It was already much later than I'd planned. Maybe Lulu had peed inside the house again. I needed to figure out a schedule that allowed me to take care of the children and Lulu. I let her out into the garden, Elia always by my side. I slanted him a curious look. Have you been working for Cassio for long? As a bodyguard, less than a year, but I've been working other jobs for him for close to 10 years. Did you guard Gaia too? Elia's face closed off at once. He nodded toward the garden. Is the dog supposed to dig a hole? My head twisted around. What? Lulu was indeed digging a hole, half of her small body disappearing in the ground already. I rushed outside. No, Lulu, don't. She peered up, then continued as if nothing had happened. I snatched her up, grimacing when I saw how dirty she was, and now I was too. I moved back into the house. Dirt rained down on the floor and me. Lulu's fur was beyond saving, that much was clear. It's bath time. To my surprise, Lulu didn't fight me when I put her in the tub. She just stood there and let it happen. After the bath and towel drying her, I grabbed the trimming scissors I'd bought and settled on the floor of the entrance hall with Lulu in my lap. It was the room that seemed the easiest to clean. There weren't any rugs. At first, when I brought the scissors near her body, she squirmed. But eventually, when she realized I was trying to help her, she relaxed and let me cut her fur. The matted fur had to make her skin itchy. When I was done, she was half her previous size and looked impossibly adorable. "Done," I said, and released her. For a moment, she didn't move. Then she sprinted toward her new basket that I'd set up in the living room and threw herself inside before she began to wiggle happily, her tiny legs in the air as she enjoyed the feeling of air on her skin. Only an inch of fur remained, but I had a feeling it would grow soon. Looking down at my clothes covered in fur and dirt, I decided to clean up too. I rushed up the stairs and changed into more comfortable clothes. Black over-the-knee socks, pleated skirt, and the yellow sweater. At once, I felt more like myself.
Cassio. After checking on our newest drug lab in one of our underground casinos, I headed to my parents' house because Father had asked me for a meeting. Of course, I knew what it would be about. Julia. Before I got out of the car, I sent Ilya a text. He called me shortly after. "How's it going?" She's insecure about me. She seems to notice that something is off, but I don't think she knows what to make of me just yet. She's good with the kids and dog. She is? Very patient. Just really lovely. Everyone used that word for my wife. And damn it, she was indeed lovely. Don't come on to her too fast. It might make her suspicious. All right, boss. I hung up and left the car. The door to my parents' house opened before I got the chance to ring the bell. I gave my mother a look. "Have you been looking out the window?" She shrugged. "I was just wondering what you were doing in the car." "Working, Mother. I'm always working." "Even so shortly after marrying that girl?" "That girl's name is Julia, and stop calling her girl. It makes me feel old." Mother touched my cheek. "You're not old." I stepped out of her reach. "Where's Father?" "In the cigar lounge. He won't listen to me. Can you tell him to drop this awful habit? He's already had 3 heart attacks. The smoking doesn't help." Father won't listen to me either. The cigar lounge was filled with the thickly sweet aroma of Cuban cigars. Father sat in the armchair in front of the fireplace, a glass with whiskey in one and a cigar in the other hand. He smiled, the wrinkles in his face deepening. "Good to see you, Cassio. Take a seat." I sank down in the armchair beside his and shook my head when he offered me a cigar. I'd never liked the taste very much. "What is it you wanted to discuss?" "How are things back home with Julia?" I gave him an exasperated look. Is that what this meeting is about? Marriage counseling?" Father leaned forward, putting his cigar down in the tray. "Our men admire you. They fear you too. Some might even hate you. If your second marriage ends as unfortunately as your first, then hate and fear might become too dominant." I pushed out of the chair, but Father put a wrinkled hand on my arm. "Stay. I'm an old man. I'm allowed to tell my son the truth." "It's the truth as you see it, Father." He waited. Sighing, I sank back down and leaned back. Things are as well as they can be, considering Julia's age and the situation as a whole. Nothing about this is ideal. I'm trying to exercise damage control. Huh, damage control, Father scoffed. Marriage is a matter of emotion. If you expect the worst is what you'll get. If you expect the worst, you're prepared for the worst. I won't be caught off guard ever again. Maybe you should give Julia the benefit of the doubt. She's a lovely girl. She's nothing like Gaia. I don't know what kind of woman Julia is. And whose fault is that? Father inquired. I shook my head. Does this conversation serve another purpose than to criticize the way I handle my marriage? I'm worried about you, Cassio, Father said quietly, his eyes filled with sorrow. You are everything I wanted in a son. You are strong. You are just. You never shy away from the hard decisions. I never doubted your ability to rule Philadelphia. But now you do. Father's shoulders sagged. Even though his parlor was pale, he reached for the cigar again. A temple needs more than one pillar to stand. There's more to life than work. I stared off into the flames of the fireplace. Work is the only constant in my life right now. It was a confession I regretted the moment I said it. Father leaned forward and patted my leg. Then change it. I glanced at my watch. I need to go now. I'm meeting Christian to discuss his findings about that new chapter of the Tartarus MC. They're popping up like weeds. I stood, and this time, Father didn't try to stop me. Mother followed me to the door, trying to convince me to stay for lunch. But I wasn't in the mood for their meddling anymore. I kissed her cheek, then hurried to my car. Christian and I met in a small Italian place that served the best risotto in town. Christian already sat in our usual booth when I walked in. I gave him a curt nod when I slid into the seat across from him. Any news on the chapter? Christian didn't say anything for a while. How's Julia? I didn't like the undercurrent of warning in his voice one bit. She's well. She's my wife now, Christian. She isn't your concern. She's mine. I can accept that, as long as you promise that she won't end up like Gaia. I jerked up and bent over the table, grasping him by the throat and shoving him back against the bench. His face turned red, but he held my gaze. Careful, Christian. In this city, my word is law. The protection of your father, and even that is limited, ends at the borders of Baltimore. I don't need my father's protection or I wouldn't be here, working under you. He pressed out. Julie is my little sister. I'm going to try to protect her as well as I can. I tightened my fingers on his throat. Julia is safe with me. She doesn't need your protection. I released him and sat back, pushing my tie back under my vest and smoothing my jacket. Christian massaged his throat. No wonder that Luca likes you so much. You and him have very similar tics. The bikers are planning something. Look what they did in New Jersey and New York. We'll have to keep an eye on them. I'm doing that. It's not easy to establish contacts. We talked only about business after that, even if it was clear that Christian wasn't happy about it. Too many people were trying to meddle in my marriage, and I didn't appreciate it in the slightest. It was almost midnight when I unlocked the front door and entered the entrance hall. Light from the living room caught my attention. Elia wouldn't be waiting in there. The guards had their own small house on the premises where they could spend the night. Something darted toward me. It took me a moment to understand that it was the dog. She yapped and I braced myself to grab her again before she destroyed another pair of my pants. No, Lulu, come here. Julia ordered. She appeared in the doorway to the living room, only dressed in a silken nightgown. She was barefoot, and her hair was tousled as if she'd fallen asleep on the sofa. To my surprise, the dog stopped its attack and trotted over to my young wife. She bent down and patted it. That was when I realized that most of its fur was gone. You took it to a hairdresser? Julia laughed, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she straightened. No, I don't know any dog stylists. I cut her fur. She had too many knots. I couldn't brush it out. I nodded, not really interested in the dog. If it wasn't for Daniele, I'd have given it away a long time ago. Every time I looked at the thing, images popped up in my head that I didn't need to remember. Julia leaned against the doorframe, looking lovely. The dog sat obediently beside her leg, regarding me as if I were an intruder in my own home. I looked around for the reason why she was awake. What are you doing up? Julia frowned. I was waiting for you to come home. I shrugged off my coat and hung it up before I turned back to her. Did something happen? Julia shook her head and came toward me. I peered down. Barefoot and in her flimsy nightclothes, the contrast between us became even more apparent. She put a hand against my chest and shivered. God, it's freezing outside. Goosebumps pimpled her pale skin, and my eyes followed them to the opening of her robe and the dip of her nightgown. It's winter. It was an absolutely superfluous thing to say, but it was late, and Julia's closeness fogged up my brain. Answer my question. Did something happen? She smiled uncertainly. Nothing happened, Cassio, but I want to be there when you return from work. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? I stared. Since I'd moved out from my parents' home, nobody waited up for me. And if Gaia ever had, then only to be the harbinger of bad news. You don't need to feel obligated to wait for me. I work long hours. I pressed my palm to her lower back and nudged her toward the staircase. Let's get you to bed. I'm not a child, Cassio. The dog followed us as Julia stepped onto the stairs. I barred its way. Why isn't it locked in its room? It isn't allowed upstairs. It won't stay in that room anymore. My eyebrows rose. Julia stood on the first step so she was almost eye level with me. I didn't realize I made that decision. You didn't, but I did. I grabbed her hip. I'm the master of this house. God, that sweet strawberry scent was driving me insane. Do you expect me to ask your permission for every little thing? I can handle Lulu, so let me handle her. It won't go upstairs, I said firmly. She nodded and gave the dog an order. To my surprise, Lulu trotted back into the living room. She's got her basket in there. It's supposed to be her safe haven. Shaking my head, I walked up the stairs. I was too exhausted for this nonsense. Julia followed quietly, but I could practically feel her need to talk. We stepped into the bedroom and I closed the door. How did things go with my children? Good. I went shopping with them. We're getting to know each other. I'm trying to become their friend. They don't need a friend. They need a mother figure. They need guidance and someone who leads the way. If that was all they needed, you wouldn't need me since you're so good at leading, she said. I paused at her insolence. Most people showed me respect without me having to do anything. But Julia kept defying me in the most infuriating way possible. I'm taking a shower. Go to bed and try to sleep. I didn't wait for her response and disappeared into the bathroom. I took my time getting ready for bed, hoping Julia would be asleep by then. She wanted to get to know me. I wasn't sure if I wanted her to. When I emerged, Julia stood in front of the window. I stifled a sigh. Why aren't you in bed? She let out a small, disbelieving laugh.
Because I think we need to talk. We are married.
I don't see what we need to talk about. She stomped toward me, stopping so close that the strawberry scent flooded my nose again.
A lot. I want this marriage to work, but that won't happen if we don't spend time together. Do you usually come home this late?
Yes, frequently. I'm underboss, Julia.
My father's underboss, and so are many of my uncles, and trust me, they have more than enough time to waste on golf courses or on top of their mistresses.
A laugh wedged itself in my throat, but I suppressed it. My work ethic is very different from theirs.
As your wife, I have a right to make demands so this marriage can work. And I'm asking you to be home for dinner so the kids and I can spend time with you.
My anger rose again, even as a small part of me was pleased that she wanted to spend time with me. This marriage is one of convenience. Julia's eyes flashed.
I suppose it's very convenient for you to have me as your nanny and for your personal pleasure without the burden of having to talk to me.
She was infuriating. I pulled her against me, my mouth so close to hers. For a moment, I almost forgot myself. We've had sex once, girl, so the pleasure factor in our marriage has been very limited. And as far as your nanny qualities go, I'm not convinced.
Her nose tilted up. Then give me back to my parents, if I'm not satisfactory. Didn't you stipulate some kind of return in the deal?
Over my dead body. I growled and jerked her against me. I kissed her harshly, losing myself in that God-forsaken sweetness that robbed me of my senses. I couldn't control myself around her. I didn't want to. Remembering my promise, I ripped away from her and staggered a few steps back. I wouldn't force her. This wasn't meant to happen. Julia's face was flushed.
Why not?
Her question threw me off. I told you I won't sleep with you until you want me to. Julia swallowed, then smiled bashfully. And I knew what she'd say from the look of desire in her eyes before she uttered the words.
What if I want you to?
Her voice was low and hesitant. My pulse throbbed in my temple from our altercation. It had excited me more than a little, but her words blasted the last shreds of my composure. Despite the truth in her words, I couldn't believe them. My muscles tensed. When I'd exited the bathroom, I felt exhausted weariness. Now, any tiredness was replaced by eagerness, but my suspicion remained. You want me to? My voice was low, drenched with desire and warning. I took a step closer. Julia shivered and her nipples puckered. Was she aroused or scared? Probably both. She nodded.
I want you to.
Another step closer. Blood pooled in my cock at her words. Still, my doubt remained. Why? Last time was painful for you.
Not everything,
she admitted, blushing.
Not your mouth.
My eyes darted to the apex of her thighs, hidden by her nightgown, remembering her taste, her scent. Fuck.
Chapter 12. Julia. Fuck. He looked as if he'd lost a battle with himself.
He prowled toward me, cupped the back of my head, and backed me into the window. You want my mouth. The desire in his eyes and his voice scorched me with its intensity. My mouth became dry. Yes. He bent down and kissed me. His mouth, his tongue. They demanded my surrender like the rest of him. He wanted control, and I gave in. Let the kiss consume me until he dragged his mouth away, panting. Like this. I was dazed and couldn't follow his words. His mouth pulled into a dominant smile. Do you want my mouth like this, or somewhere else? Somewhere else? I got out, even if the words were hardly more than an exhale. On your pussy, he rasped, before he prevented me from replying by kissing me again. Maybe the fight had lowered his protective walls. I didn't care, because Cassio saying that word was incredibly sexy. He lifted me into his arms and carried me over to the bed, where he laid me down carefully, then followed suit, his strong body pressing me into the mattress. He kept kissing me with silent urgency as his hand shoved down my panties. My nightgown was next. He stopped the kiss to drag the garment over my head. I lay back, allowing him to admire me, and he did. His hungry gaze slid over my body. He was already hard in his pajama bottoms, and his muscled stomach heaved with every breath. I felt the unreasonable urge to follow the trail of hair disappearing into his waistband with my tongue. I'd admired attractive boys from afar, and appreciated them in an abstract, curious way. None of them had left enough of an impact to feature in my fantasies when I touched myself. My body's reaction to Cassio was on another level. Despite his age, or maybe because of it, the sight of his strong, all-man body sent thrills of desire through my body even before he touched me. You're so fucking lovely. He groaned before he hovered over me, engulfing me with his manly scent. The warm, comforting aroma was like a drug to my system. His lips found mine for a possessive kiss before he moved lower. I watched as his mouth closed around my nipple, and at the first hug, I gasped, my hand flying up to clutch at his head. Yes. The word slipped out without intention. He looked up, holding my gaze as he sucked. His mouth was hot around my sensitive skin. I felt the shock wave between my legs and clenched. I should have done this last night. God, he should have. This felt amazing. He lowered himself between my legs, and I opened them for his strong body without hesitation, loving the feel of his powerful, warm body on top of mine. He cupped both of my breasts with his big hands, squeezed lightly, never taking his eyes off me, nor did I take mine off him. The sight of this man touching me turned me on. Kneading my breasts gently, he lavished my nipples with attention, kisses, licks, and sucks until I was panting. Without thinking, I wrapped my legs around him and pushed my center against his stomach, kneading friction. My wetness coated the firm muscles and caused Cassio to groan low in his throat. His eyes flashed with triumph and hunger. His mouth worked my breasts with even more fervor until I was close to losing my mind with need for a release. I kept rubbing myself against Cassio's abs, almost desperately. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. I needed more, but wasn't sure how to say it. I made a small, impatient sound in the back of my throat, my fingers clawing at Cassio's shoulder, trying to tell him without words. His eyes seemed to darken with realization. Now I crave something sweet. I frowned until I realized what he meant, and then I could have wept from relief. He pushed up on his palms, and I lowered my legs from his back. Looking down his body, he brushed his fingers over his lower abs, glistening with lust for him. Then he brought them to his lips. As sweet as I remember. Perfect. I could only agree. But I meant the sight of him. of this strong-muscled man peering down at my body as if it was a revelation. He moved down until his face hovered right over my pussy. Last time, it had made me feel insecure because I hadn't known what to expect. Now it made me feel nervous for another reason. What if I don't come again? The last 2 words were whispered. Cassio had spent 15 minutes between my legs on our wedding night, and while it had been pleasurable, I hadn't been close to orgasm. He lowered himself to his elbows, then slid his palms under my thighs. He cupped my ass cheek, startling me. Tearing his eyes away from my center, he looked at me, and the hunger on his face alone almost made me come. Don't think about it. Just relax and let me get you there. Don't rush it. Just let it happen. Then he jerked me toward his waiting mouth, and holy hell, pretty much French kissed my pussy. I arched up and let out an embarrassingly loud moan. I snapped my mouth shut, remembering the kids. Oh, sorry. The walls are thick and our room is at the other end of the corridor. Don't worry, he rasped, as he rubbed his stubble over the soft skin of my inner thigh. His lips and chin were shiny. I could not stop looking. Shouldn't I have closed my eyes or stared at the ceiling? Wasn't that what most women were supposed to do? Cassio dragged his tongue along my slit, holding my gaze, and I felt that too. I clutched his hair, holding him in place, even if he didn't look like he had any intention of going anywhere. He ate me like I was his last meal. Do you enjoy it? He rasped in between swipes of his tongue. Yes, I whispered. This was already so much better than last time. Maybe because the pressure had lifted off my shoulders, I didn't care. And you? Gasp. Do you enjoy it? Where had this daring sexual creature hidden all my life? Cassio smiled darkly, not appearing as if he minded. He squeezed my ass hard and lifted me higher as he wedged his shoulders against my thighs so my pussy was practically smothering him. My useless legs rested on his back. I enjoy very much your taste. He dipped his tongue into me and I moaned. Your moans. He raised his head. The sight of your pretty pussy. So fucking pretty. He lowered his head and I watched as his mouth closed over me. His eyes burned into me as he sucked lightly at first, then firmer, sending shockwave after shockwave to my center. I was getting closer and closer, always on the edge, but not ready to fall yet. I dug my hand into the blanket, desperate for release and so close, but something was still holding me back, as if a knot had been tied too tightly deep inside of me and couldn't unfurl. Please, I bit out. Cassio pulled one of his hands out from beneath me. His fingertip brushed my entrance, and at the next tug of his lips, he pressed inside. I clenched in discomfort, then pleasure, never taking his eyes off me. He started moving his finger inside of me as he sucked my clit. Suddenly, the knot unraveled, my eyes growing wide, my belly hollowing. As pleasure radiated through me, I cried out, my fingers scraping over Cassio's head as I ground myself against his mouth, seeking more of his tongue and the finger teasing my sensitive inner walls. I half sobbed, half choked, squirming under Cassio from the force of the sensation. I touched and even fingered myself out of curiosity, but the result had never been more than mildly satisfying. This was mind-blowingly amazing. God damn it, yeah. Just like that, honey, he growled. And I almost came again. Had he just called me honey? Cassio raised his head, looking disheveled and glistening from my desire. He kept pumping his finger in and out of me, which felt wondrous, as if he was trying to unravel another tighter knot I hadn't even known was there. This time it wasn't blood trickling out of me. I didn't have time for embarrassment over my arousal because I was steering toward another release. Cassio added a second finger. And while I winced initially, the sensation soon became increasingly good. I moved my hips in rhythm with his pumping. Cassio massaged my ass cheek with his big hand as he watched his fingers slide into me. So pretty, he growled. My inner walls spasmed, but before I could come, Cassio withdrew his fingers. I sucked in a breath. I want to come. Cassio smiled darkly as he pushed up to his elbows before he shoved down his pajama bottoms. You will, with my cock inside you. He parted my legs and knelt between them. Bracing himself on one muscled arm, he grabbed his erection and ran the tip along my slit. I gasped at the firm pressure against my clit, mesmerized by the sight of the thick red head gliding over me, covered in my juices. I got up on my elbows to get a better view. Cassio's gaze cut to me, first with confusion, then with realization. He groaned and his cock gave a little twitch. Fuck. He swallowed hard. You want to watch how my cock gives you what your pussy needs? I nodded because my mouth had become dry. He grabbed a pillow and pushed it under my ass, alleviating me so I could see myself. He looked down too and guided his thick tip to my lips. He rubbed it up and down slowly, his breathing deepening like mine. It was such a strange sight. Cassio's strong hand on his long shaft glistening with my lust as he rubbed over me. I was getting closer again, the knot deep inside of me trying to unravel. Cassio brought his tip to my opening and pushed in a bit. I clenched at the intrusion even as my body begged for more. Watching me, Cassio licked his thumb and pressed it down on my clit, beginning to draw small circles as he began to thrust into me with shallow, gentle thrusts. There was a small scar on the thumb stroking me. Round and round his fingers swirled, tugging at that knot inside my core. My gaze dipped lower to where Cassio's cock sank into my pussy. He was halfway in by now and pushed deeper with every new thrust, until he finally filled me completely. Without thinking, I grabbed his firm ass, feeling it flex with every thrust. The feel of it and the sight of this primal act of Cassio's pelvis pressing up to mine. His hips parting me for him, his abs tensing, and the harsh lust on his gorgeous face blasted my knot to shreds. I cried out as pleasure radiated through me with a force that had me clenched so tightly that Cassio exhaled sharply from my pussy's grip on him. He slammed harder into me as I sunk my nails into his backside, lifting my hips almost frantically to meet his thrusts. Cassio gripped my hips in a bruising hold, jerking me faster against him until the slapping of our bodies and his grunts filled the room as he pounded into me. Soreness thrummed through me, battling the low hum of pleasure. Cassio fell forward, bracing himself on one elbow. He gripped my leg, pushed it up, and drove harder into me. I gasped, then moaned. His eyes burned into me as he breathed harshly. His moves became uncoordinated, his eyes wild. I held on to his back desperately, overwhelmed by the sensations of pain and pleasure, by the feel of his heavy weight pressing me into the bed, by the scent of our mingled sweat and sex. Who's fucking you? I panted, confused by his question. Who? He growled, accentuating the word with a hard thrust that hit a delicious spot deep inside me. My eyes almost rolled back at the sensation. You, I said. You, Cassio. Yes. He thrust harder and then he tensed with a sharp exhale. I too froze at the feeling of utter fullness. Not sure if I was going to come apart at the seams or have another orgasm. I felt his release deep inside of me and moaned. This felt so good. Cassio kissed my mouth, then my throat, panting. Yes, you are mine, honey. Your body, but most importantly, that pretty head. He pressed a kiss to my temple, then rolled off me and onto his back. I tried to catch my breath and make sense of his words. Tilting my head to the side, I watched him. His body glistened with sweat, and the hairs on his strong thighs was smeared with sweat and our releases. He stared up at the ceiling, chest heaving. We weren't touching anymore, and slowly, a wall came up. We became strangers once more. I touched my abdomen, relishing in the afterglow of his presence. Did I go too hard? I didn't mean to take you like this so shortly after your first night." I looked at him. The hint of concern in his gruff voice warmed my heart in a way I couldn't explain. "No, I'm fine," I smiled. "I really enjoyed it." Cassio let out a short laugh. "I could tell." He shook his head as if this was an impossibility. He shifted to his side and ran his palm along my side, then swiped his thumb over my nipple. "Why would such a lovely girl want to have an old, cruel man?" He said it sarcastically, but I caught the underlying truth. I huffed. "You aren't an old man." I didn't mention his cruelness. I didn't know him well enough to give a testament to that. "And you are sexy." He chuckled, his eyes taking in my face. Slowly the smile disappeared and he pulled his hand away. I didn't want us to become strangers again. Why could strangers be close during sex, feel connected, even cared for, when right after, nothing was between them? I wanted that feeling of connection all the time. I rolled over closer to Cassio and pressed my palm to his chest, then slowly let it glide lower, down his ripped stomach, following the trail of hair to his pelvis until my fingertips brushed his base. Cassio let out a low groan that might have been on the verge of laughter. "I don't have the virility of a teenage boy, Julia." I looked up, his expression contradicting his words, and so did his half-erect cock. "To me, it looks like you're virile enough," I said teasingly. That barrier that he'd begun building between us mere seconds ago, I could feel it crumbling again. Emboldened, I touched him. His stomach hollowed with a deep breath, those delicious abs becoming more prominent. He regarded me, one arm behind his head, with an expression as if he couldn't make sense of me. I pushed up and straddled his thigh, delirious with the way he admired my body. His strong, hairy thigh pressed up to my still sensitive center, and I ground myself against him, biting my lip at the sensation. Cassio shook his head slowly, disbelievingly, but the look in his eyes spurred me on. I curled my fingers around his base, feeling him fill with blood under my touch. Cassio didn't want to relinquish control, but I wanted him to, wanted to see him give it up and hand it over to me, at least for a moment. I bent down and took his tip into my mouth. He hissed through his teeth and cupped the back of my head, his fingers raking through my hair. As with everything else, I'd done my research on this matter. The internet offered endless possibilities for the curious mind. I hollowed my cheeks as I sucked him lightly, trying to accommodate his girth in my mouth as my hand worked his base. It was still more fumbling than practiced moves, but it got the desired results. Cassio panted, his hips shifting, his fingers flexing against my scalp. I cast my eyes up, finding him watching, his expression gloriously unguarded. Yes, something shifted. His fingers tightened in my hair, not tugging but close to it, as he guided my head down. His hips thrust up. He was taking his control back. I yielded to his pumps, taking as much of him as he demanded, his hand firm on my head. He didn't go deep, never once hitting my throat, perfectly controlled. At every upward thrust, I ground myself against his thigh, seeking my own satisfaction. I wasn't sure why I didn't feel self-conscious. There wasn't room for it. I was too aroused, too drunk on Cassio's hungry expression. "Enough," he growled. He grabbed my hips and hoisted me on top of him. I didn't have time to get my bearings before he pulled me down onto his length. If I'd thought sitting on top of Cassio would allow me control, I'd been sorely mistaken. Cassio played me like a master controlled his puppet. His hands clamping down on my hips, he held me fast as he slammed into me from below, forcing me to take whatever he gave. Every thrust hit deeper than before, nudging a point I hadn't known existed. I gave up my fight for control, surrendered to Cassio's demands. Today, he'd get this. There was still tomorrow.
Cassio. I lay awake long after Julia had fallen asleep, curled up on her side, facing me. This time she'd accepted it quietly when I'd pulled back after sex to sleep. I could still feel her warmth, smell her sweet scent, sense her closeness, and briefly I considered pulling her toward me. Instead, I stared up into the dark. Julia had surprised me again today, in more regards than one. She was stubborn and kind. She stood up for herself without being bitchy. Then the sex. That had caught me completely off guard. I'd expected her to avoid the physical aspect of our marriage as long as possible, until I eventually approached her because my desire couldn't be suppressed anymore. I didn't want to cheat, and I wouldn't. The clusterfuck with Gaia. It had ruined everything. I didn't want something like that to happen again, and it wouldn't. I would not allow it. I didn't know Julia, and she didn't know me, but in bed we worked well together. When she'd finally come for the first time, it was the sweetest triumph I could imagine. Eating her sweet pussy was wonderful and rewarding in its own way. Gaia hadn't wanted me to do it to her, so I hadn't. Julia was the first woman I'd gone down on in almost 10 years, and I promised myself to eat her every goddamn night if she let me. In the short time of our marriage, I already felt younger. These last few months I'd felt old beyond my age, exhausted and weary. This exhilaration of the beginning would fade, though. It was an illusion I couldn't entertain. As if to remind me of that irrefutable fact, Simona's cry blared through the baby monitor, destroying any hope of falling asleep soon. Julia stirred beside me, a soft groan slipping out of those sweet lips. I turned the lights on and sat up. Another sleepless night. Julia blinked against the brightness, obviously disoriented. "What's going on?" "Simona wants the bottle." Julia nodded slowly and slipped out of bed. I stood as well. "You can sleep. I can handle it. I know you have to work tomorrow." I paused, watching as she slipped out of our bedroom. After a moment, I followed. Julia didn't have experience with children, as had become apparent last night. I wasn't sure she could handle Simona, especially at night. My daughter was demanding and her cries absolutely nerve-wracking. Had Julia the necessary calm to handle her? I didn't think she'd ever hurt my children. She didn't seem the type. But she was young. Feeling overwhelmed could be dangerous. Simona's cries didn't stop, but they lessened in intensity. I hovered in the doorway to her room, stunned by what I saw. Julia had bought a sort of baby sling that allowed her to carry Simona against her chest, and was currently trying to close it in her back. It was obviously the first time she tried to do it. I walked toward her and helped her. I'd never seen such a thing, so it took us a couple of tries to close it. "Thank you," Julia said. "I bought this today. The sales lady told me that it helps calm babies, so I thought I'd give it a try. It allows the child to feel connected to their mother." She trailed off. Simona peered up at me, her head resting against Julia's chest. "Let's go get you something to eat, all right?" Julia said softly and stroked Simona's head. Then she smiled at me. "You can go back to sleep. My hands are free to prepare the bottle. See?" She raised her hands. I nodded slowly. Julia pressed her palm against Simona's butt and headed into the corridor, all the while talking quietly to my daughter, whose cries became less frequent. I kept following them downstairs. The dog trotted after us into the kitchen and sat down beside Julia when she began preparing the bottle. She swayed gently from side to side, humming which seemed to have a calming effect on Simona, even if she still whined occasionally. Julia threw a glance over her shoulder at me.
You don't trust me to handle it yet, right?
She didn't sound angry, only resigned. It's not a matter of trust. But it was. I'd never been very trusting, and now my capacity for it was almost completely exploited. Julia's smile was sad.
It's okay. They are your whole world. You want to protect them.
She tested the temperature of the milk and then opened one strap of the sling so she could give the bottle to Simona, who latched onto it at once.
I'm going to do my best to take care of them.
I believed her. Together, we walked back upstairs. I noticed the open door to Gaia's old bedroom. Julia followed my gaze.
Simona and I are fine, really.
I headed to the bedroom. As expected, Daniele lay curled up on the covers of the bed in a new pajama set with Superman signs all over it. My heart felt heavy seeing his small form. Whenever I looked at this bed, all I saw was blood. But he sought comfort here. I picked him up. He snuggled against my warmth, and I held him tighter. I wished he'd allow this closeness when he was awake too, like he used to do in the past. I took him to bed before I went to Simona's nursery once more. Julia sat in the rocking chair and fed Simona. Her expression became stern when she spotted me in the doorway.
Go to bed, Cassio. I mean it. I can handle this.
I retreated slowly and went to bed. It didn't take long before I fell asleep. I only woke briefly when Julia crept back into bed later. But I wasn't sure what time it was. She lay down so close to me that I could feel her warmth. But I didn't mind. I was already drifting off again when her fingertips lightly brushed my hand. Simona had woken one more time, but Julia insisted I stay in bed as she took care of it. Maybe that was why I felt more relaxed this morning than I'd felt in a long time. Despite her lack of sleep, Julia got up once I was done in the bathroom and slipped in herself. I went into Daniele's room. He was awake, as usual at this time, already bent over his tablet. In the beginning, I'd hide it from him, but when he played with that thing, it was the only time he looked even remotely happy. So I always gave it back to him. He didn't look up when I entered, but his little shoulders hunched. I got down on my haunches beside his bed to be eye level with him. Still, nothing. Daniele, come on. Put that aside. No reaction. I took it away and he started screaming, but I put it up on a shelf. I picked him up despite his struggling. His refusal to be close to me cut worse than those whips had many years ago. I swallowed and put him down on the changing table. It was our ritual that I woke him. It had been like this since he was very small. He always loved our morning time. Not anymore. His teary eyes slanted to something behind me. I turned, finding Julia in the doorway, her eyes full of emotion and the dog on her arm. She came inside.
Lulu heard you crying and came up to check on you.
Daniele quieted, regarding the dog with big eyes. Julia stopped beside the changing table so the dog could look down at Daniele, and Daniele up at it. I undressed him, and for once he didn't fight. His wide eyes were fixated on the dog as I changed his nappy. Julia took clothes out of the wardrobe and put them down beside me. Jeans, socks that looked like sneakers, and a sweater with the words, Big Brother.
You get to wear your Big Brother shirt today,
she said, grinning. Daniele's mouth trembled into a small smile, and I had to look away for a moment. Clearing my throat, I said, "You are a good big brother. Simona needs you at her side." Daniele nodded slowly and let me put the clothes on. He could dress himself, more or less. But as with so many other things, he refused to do it since his mother's death. I lifted him off the table but didn't put him down so he could walk as I usually would have done. I pressed him to my body. His eyes remained on Lulu, but at least he didn't try to squirm away from me. "Let's check on Simona," I said. We headed into Simona's room together, and Julia set Lulu down so she could pick up Simona. The dog trotted out of the room to do whatever it had in mind, probably pee on the expensive rugs. The moment it was out of sight, Daniele became restless. I lowered him to the floor before he could start to cry. He immediately walked away, probably to go in search of his tablet. Julia held Simona but looked at me. The compassion in her expression didn't infuriate me this morning. It only made me feel wistful. With Simona on her arm, she came over to me and touched my chest. "He'll come around. Give it time. It takes time to heal." Would she be as optimistic if she knew what had happened? I glanced down at my watch. I need to go now. Then, and I wasn't sure why, I cupped her cheek and pressed a light kiss to her mouth. "I appreciate your efforts." Surprise crossed her face. The same surprise I felt since minute one of our marriage. She wasn't anything like I expected. She could have given in to teenage hysterics, but instead, she tried to handle the tasks of her new life. She handled them in a kind and lovely way. She seemed too good to be true. I pulled back and went downstairs. Elia waited for me in front of my car to get further instructions. Remembering last night and this morning, a hint of reluctance filled me when I thought about my arrangement with Elia. But it wasn't enough to make me abandon the matter. Julia had done nothing to deserve this. But I needed certainty before her loveliness had me wrapped around her finger and made me blind to a hurtful truth. My kids wouldn't survive a repeat performance of their mother's demise.
Chapter 13. Julia. My chest ached thinking of Cassio's morning encounter with Daniele. I could tell that Cassio hurt because of his son's reaction to him. I needed to help somehow, but first, I needed to figure out why Daniele acted the way he did. For some reason, I couldn't imagine that Cassio had hurt his son in any way. Cassio was certainly capable of the most depraved acts imaginable. The rumors of his business practices had reached even my ears in Baltimore. But the way he looked at his children, it was clear he loved them. No, it was something else between them. I had a feeling it had something to do with Gaia, which was a problem because Cassio refused to talk about her. Daniele didn't speak at all, and I wasn't sure if it was wise to mention his mother around him. I made my way into the kitchen with Simona in my arms, and Daniele tiptoeing after me. His face was tear-stained because he couldn't find his tablet. I'd seen it up on the shelf in his room but decided not to give it to him. He needed to learn to be without that thing. It wasn't healthy how fixated he was on technology. Sybil was already making waffles. The kitchen smelled of vanilla and warm dough. Elia and Domenico weren't there yet. But I knew they were somewhere in the house or Cassio wouldn't have left. Lulu slipped under the table, probably hoping for a repeat performance, but sweets definitely weren't good for a dog. I approached Sybil as Daniele knelt in front of the table to watch Lulu. "Let her come to you, Daniele. She's shy. Eventually she'll come. Give her time, okay?" He nodded absent-mindedly but didn't move otherwise. "Can you cook some bacon as well? For the dog?" Sybil guessed. I don't want to force him to eat, not when he doesn't trust me yet. This is the only way he'll have breakfast. She nodded. She still didn't look as if she approved, but she took bacon from the fridge. Thank you. Elia soon joined us, but Domenico stayed away. To my surprise, he sat down beside me. Like yesterday, his smile was quick, his eye contact a bit too intimate, and his arm brushed mine twice by accident. I wasn't the only one who noticed because Sybil sent him a sharp look. I ignored it, unsure what else to do. My plan to get Daniele to eat worked like it had yesterday. Lulu got a tiny piece of bacon for every bite of waffle and banana that Daniele ate. It was a win-win situation as far as I was concerned, and Lulu definitely agreed. I thought we could all go for a walk together so Lulu gets to see something new, I said to Daniele. His nod was quick and his obvious excitement kindled my own. That sounds good. The weather's nice and it's not too cold. I know a nice park not too far away, Elia said. Great. I got up. Why don't you go ahead and prepare everything while I have a word with Sybil? Elia glanced between Sybil and me before he rose and left. Taking the dishes to the sink where Sybil was scrubbing the pan, I said, You worked here from day one of Cassio's marriage to Gaia, right? I said in a low voice so the children wouldn't hear me. I didn't know it for a fact, but the look on Sybil's face confirmed my assumption. I did. She avoided my eyes by putting the dishes into the dishwasher. How was she? My parents had met her at official functions, of course. She'd been a lady, always perfectly styled, but that didn't mean anything. Outward appearances and what went on behind closed doors were two very different things. I only worked for her. I didn't know her. I gave her a disbelieving look. How can you work for someone for years and not know them? Sybil closed the dishwasher, then busied herself with wiping the counters. She kept her distance. She never had breakfast in the kitchen. She preferred me to get my tasks done as quickly as possible so I could leave. She shook her head. If you want to know more, you'll have to talk to the master. But I don't think you should. With Simona strapped to my front and Daniele in his buggy, we strolled through the park toward a fenced-in dogwood. Domenico kept his distance, pretending he was a casual walker, but Elia stayed at my side. For an outsider, it looked as if we were a couple. Elia definitely played that card, considering how close he walked beside me. Lulu dashed off the moment I unleashed her and soon chased around with other dogs. Must be strange, Elia began, sitting down beside me on the bench. To live in a foreign city with a man you hardly know? Daniele followed the playing dogs with his eyes. That fascinated look usually only managed to appear on his face when he stared at the screen. Simona, too, watched with big eyes. I've been prepared for that kind of life since I was a little girl. The rules in our world have been the same for a long time. They are, but that doesn't mean it's always easy to stick to them. I turned to Elia. The way he looked at me, like he wanted to see what it would take to get a rise out of me, raised my protective walls. Do you make a habit of breaking the rules? He smiled as if he was going to tell me a secret. It can be freeing. He was flirting with me. Lulu yelped, then squeaked. My head jerked around. A bigger dog was trying to mount her. Can you help her? Elia didn't hesitate. He jumped up and jogged toward the two dogs. The owner of the other dog, a young man with glasses and a hipster beard, did the same. They managed to separate the dogs. To my surprise, they began to chat. Elia smiled the same smile he'd given me all day, but this was less expectant, less challenging. It was naturally flirtatious, one he didn't have to force. The hipster guy laughed, still holding his small bulldog by the collar. Elia grinned, but then he noticed my gaze and his demeanor shifted. He said something else, then hurried back to me with Lulu on his arm. I searched his face. For a moment back there, he looked like I'd caught him. Maybe Elia was breaking the rules, but not in a way he'd insinuated to me. Now it made sense why Cassio had chosen such an attractive man to guard me. Elia wasn't a danger in his eyes. I could probably parade around naked all day, and Elia wouldn't care in the slightest. We returned home much earlier than planned because Simona had a never-ending crying fit. She wouldn't let me calm her no matter what I did. Daniele, too, got cranky because of it, but Lulu's presence prevented his meltdown at least. When I finally managed to have Simona settle down for a nap after what felt like hours, I felt drained. I'd considered calling Cassio to ask for his help, but unlike Daniele, Simona quieted as soon as her dad was close. Now I was glad that I managed without calling him. I didn't want him to think I couldn't handle the situation. My clothes were drenched with sweat when I sank down on the sofa minutes after Simona had fallen asleep. Daniele sat on the floor, his tablet on his lap. I'd given in and returned it to him. If he also had started wailing like Simona, I would have started crying too. Elia came toward me carrying 2 cups. You look like you need a coffee. I need a drink and a shower. Despite my lack of experience with alcohol, I suddenly got why people craved a drink after days like this. He laughed, then handed me the cup. Coffee is a start, don't you think? He sat down beside me, again closer than was appropriate. This time it didn't bother me now because I knew the truth. I took a sip of the black coffee. Usually I drank mine with milk and sugar, but this felt good now. I regarded Elia openly, not bothering to hide my attention. He wore a tight white shirt that accentuated his muscles and a black gun holster over it. I wondered if he was good with weapons, if that was at least part of the reason why Cassio had chosen him. Or maybe his presence was only as a trap. Cassio had set Elia up to do this. I had no doubt about it. Cassio was jealous. He had admitted it himself. And Faro and Mansueto had confirmed it too. I hadn't expected him to be jealous enough to trick me like that, though. It infuriated me. But beyond that, it made me really sad. If Cassio trusted me this little, we had a long way to go for this marriage to work. I set the cup down on the table, then faced Elia. I leaned closer, gauging his reaction. I've been asking myself a question. His eyes shifted to caution, but the smile remained plastered on his face. Does Cassio know? I murmured. His smile became less honest. Know what? That you like men. For an instant, Elia's expression slipped before he could control it again. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yeah? I said. I saw how you checked out that guy in the dog park. You were flirting with him like you've been pretending to flirt with me. I'm not blind. Maybe the men in our world don't notice because they prefer to see what they want to see, but I don't care if you like men or women. Love is love. Elia shook his head. I didn't check anyone out. You can't go around saying something like that. You know what would happen to me if those rumors spread? I have absolutely no intention of telling anyone. It's your personal business, I said. Officially, there weren't any gay-made men. It was ridiculous. Boys learned to hide it if they liked other boys or they got killed. That was the only reason why there weren't any gay men in our circles. But Cassio knows. I could practically see Elia's thoughts racing as he tried to get me off track. If he thought I was gay, he'd kill me. The mafia doesn't tolerate fags. I smiled. The insult was a nice touch. It didn't work. Not unless you don't make it public, and sometimes it comes in handy to have gay soldiers, especially if someone's as jealous as Cassio seems to be. Elia didn't say anything. I could see that he was completely thrown off. This is ridiculous? Yes, it is. Did Cassio ask you to come on to me to see if I would bite? Elia ran his hand through his hair. I'd backed him into a corner. It was obvious that neither he nor Cassio had expected me to catch on to them. This made me even more furious than the fact they'd tried this trick at all. I'm your bodyguard. I'm meant to protect you. You should talk to Cassio if you think I'm doing a bad job. I rolled my eyes. Maybe you should go to the staff room now. I really don't feel like being lied to at the moment. Ilya inclined his head and left. He'd call Cassio the second he was in the back room. I leaned my back against the headrest, closing my eyes briefly, feeling drained. My shirt stuck to my sweaty back. A hot snout nudged my arm. I opened my eyes to find Lulu on the couch beside me. Was she trying to console me? I'd read that dogs could pick up on human emotions, but I hadn't expected Lulu to act on it. She probably wasn't allowed on the sofa, but I didn't care if Cassio would approve or not. I patted my lap and she curled up there. Daniele put down his tablet and approached me. He climbed on the sofa and sat beside me. His little legs didn't even reach the edge. I smiled at him, his eyes conveyed questions that he didn't voice. I'm fine, just tired. Lulu is trying to console me because she can feel that I'm tired. Daniele nodded slowly. I stroked his head carefully, seeing if he'd pull back, but he didn't. I felt the knots at his back. I'd seen how he struggled when Sybil or Cassio tried to comb his hair. From the way it felt, I doubted combing would work. Lulu looks cute with her short hair, right? Daniele gave a nod. Will you let me cut your hair a bit? Not much, just a bit, so Lulu doesn't feel alone with her short hair? An even smaller nod was his response. I gently put Lulu down on the sofa and went to get the scissors. When I returned, Lulu was curled up on the sofa and Daniele was sitting very close, but he wasn't touching her even though I could see that he wanted to. Can you sit on my lap while I cut your hair? Nod. I lifted Daniele and positioned him on my knees as I sat down. I stroked his head gently before I cut the hair at the back of his head. He didn't move, only looked at Lulu. I shortened the hair on the sides too, only left the hair on top as it was. You look really cool now. Daniele remained seated on my leg, and I kept stroking his little head. I hope you'll talk to me one day. I'd love to hear your voice. You can talk to me about everything. I can keep secrets if you need me to, okay? He looked over his shoulders, really looked me in the eye. And in that moment, he seemed so much older than almost 3. Your dad loves you. Daniele looked away and slid off my leg. He sank down on the floor with his tablet once more. Cassio wasn't home in time for dinner. It was a little past 8 when I settled in my comfortable armchair in front of the fireplace in the living room, reading one of my favorite books. I'd considered doing Pilates or finishing my recent painting, but then I hadn't found the energy to do it. My phone lay on the small side table, hoping for a message from Cassio. Friends from school had messaged me, but I could already feel that our friendship wouldn't survive the distance. We'd never been the close friends you shared your darkest secrets with anyway. Maybe I should send Cassio a text to ask when he'd be home, but even though I had his number, we hadn't texted yet. I'd considered sending him a photo from the dog park, but never did it. An idea crossed my mind. I got up and went over to the liquor cabinet to the left of the marble fireplace. It was filled with several bottles of scotch, gin, bourbon, and all kinds of other spirits I didn't know the first thing about. Remembering Cassio's words that I wasn't supposed to drink, I picked the most expensive-looking scotch bottle with a name I couldn't even begin to pronounce. Laprahareg? A limited edition? I poured myself a generous amount and took it back to the chair with me. Settling back down, I took a whiff and coughed. Surprised at the smoky aroma of the alcohol, I sipped at it, then coughed even harder, tears springing into my eyes. Oh, God. Why would anyone drink this by choice? Maybe it was a man thing? After I'd composed myself, I took my phone, lifting the tumbler to my lips, smiled challengingly, and took a selfie. I sent it to Cassio. Lapfroig is keeping me company while you work. He saw my message almost instantly. He didn't reply. Annoyed, I set the tumbler and my phone back down. 15 minutes later, the front door opened and closed. Lulu, who'd been curled up in her basket, stormed into the lobby, followed by Cassio's disapproving voice. "Lulu," I called, grabbing the tumbler and taking another, bigger sip. Lulu trotted into the living room and curled up in her basket once more. I quickly tossed my legs over the armrest, so Cassio would see my over-the-knee socks he hated so much. Then Cassio appeared in the doorway, dark and imposing, looking every bit the deadly businessman he was. He scanned me from head to toe, lingering on the glass still pressed to my lips, my flowery overall dress, and the black socks. His anger was quick, morphing his face into a mask of even sharper edges. Briefly, my stomach clenched with fear, with the knowledge that I didn't know anything about Gaia's death. But I didn't allow this emotion to take over. Cassio hadn't done anything to me. Still, when he shut the door, my adrenaline spiked. It burned a trail down my throat, and heat began to bloom in my belly. Not only from the alcohol. Something about the primal disapproving in Cassio's face awakened my body in ways I couldn't use right now. We had to talk about Elia, and I wouldn't let sex get in the way of it. "I don't have time for games, Julia. Was that photo meant to provoke me?" He stopped right in front of the armchair, tall and foreboding. He looked breathtaking and terrifying. "No," I said lightly. "I only wanted to keep you updated on my evening activities, considering how eager you are to control every aspect of my life." He bent over me, his muscled arms braced on the armrests. The expensive fabric of his jacket brushed my calves, and the friction, albeit distant, sent a thrill through me. Maybe it was the alcohol that made me so sensible to Cassio's aura. He oozed dominance and primal sexiness. His eyes slid over my crossed legs, lingering on the sliver of naked skin on my upper thighs. Then he cast his gaze up. I swallowed at the intensity of his expression, as if he wasn't sure if he wanted to devour me or spank me. What is that supposed to mean? "Elia, don't tell me he didn't call you today. I bet you expect status updates on his mission every hour." His strong palm had somehow found its way onto the small patch of naked skin between the hem of my skirt and my over-the-knee socks. I felt the touch between my legs. Wanted his fingers to move higher, but I reined myself in. He took the glass from me and downed the whiskey. "I told you I don't want you to drink hard liquor." "Because I'm not old enough." Cassio set the glass down on the table, leaning even closer. "Julia." The word was a low growl full of warning. I didn't care. His hand slipped higher on my leg under my skirt, and his lips crashed down on mine. For an instant, my body arched toward him, eager for the touch, the kiss, and what it promised. But I wasn't going to let Cassio distract me with angry sex no matter how desperately my body wanted him. I pushed against his chest, ripping my mouth away from his. "No, stop." Cassio's fingers brushed my panties, soaked from our argument. He groaned. "What are you doing to me?" "Me? What I was doing?" I pressed harder against him. "Cassio, stop." His eyes focused on me, and his expression smoothed, becoming guarded and aloof. He straightened, robbing me of his warmth, his touch, his scent. "We need to talk about Elia." I got out. Cassio stepped back and brushed out the crinkles in his jacket as if nothing had happened. "There's nothing to talk about. You let your imagination run free." Anger coursed through me. I swung my legs down and pushed to my feet. Since he was more than a head taller, that didn't really have the effect that I wanted. "Just how stupid do you take me for?" Cassio raised his brows. "I don't know what you're talking about." I snorted, remembering Elia's exact same words. "You know exactly what I'm talking about, Cassio, because the moment I confronted Elia, he called you." Cassio's face remained a mask of stoic calmness, and it infuriated me even more. "You're being unreasonable and childish."
Whenever I tried to talk to him or have him relinquish control, he accused me of being a child. But when he wanted to sleep with me, that fact didn't cross his mind. As your wife, I deserve the truth. I don't deserve being tricked and spied on. What was the purpose of this charade? Did you think I'd throw myself at the first attractive man who smiled at me? Cassio narrowed his eyes. So, you find him attractive. I had enough. I walked up to him and glared up. Are you serious? Cassio didn't deign me with a reply. He unbuttoned his shirt with infuriating nonchalance. Look at me. He raised his head, but his eyes were hard. No sign of guilt. Did he think his actions were okay? I can't believe you used Elia as a trap to see if I'd cheat on you. We're married. Marriage never stopped anyone. Is that so? I asked curiously, trying to figure out if he was referring to himself. I'd never cheat. Oh, so I'm supposed to take your word on it? But you can use my bodyguard to test me? Don't you realize how wrong that is? I do what's necessary. Necessary? So you admit you ordered Elia to flirt with me to see how I'd react. You should trust me. Hurt rang in my voice. I don't trust anyone. My first impulse was to react with anger. With a snappy comment because this day had been hard and I didn't have a shoulder to unload on. Only a husband who treated me like a child and didn't trust me. But my anger wouldn't change anything. It would only lead to more resentment. I don't know what happened between Gaia and you. Maybe you worry I'm like her. I don't know her, so I can't promise you I'm not. What I know is that if you don't allow yourself to get to know me, you won't ever trust me. And if you don't trust me, then this marriage will fail either way. I swallowed, turning away from his harsh expression. Maybe you need more time. You obviously don't want my closeness except for when we have sex. I won't push you, but I'm not sure I can do this. Not right now. I'll give you the room you need and move into the bedroom beside Simona's nursery. That way you'll have the bed for yourself.
Cassio. Julia walked out of the living room. I was frozen. Not because Julia had caught on to Elia. No, because she wanted to move out of our bedroom. This time it was definitely my fault. I hadn't fought Gaia when she'd insisted on her own room many years ago. I'd accepted it. I wouldn't make the same mistake. Not only because I feared a repeat performance. I wanted Julie in my bed, close to me. I chased her and caught up with her on the staircase. Cupping her elbow, I turned her around to me. She almost lost her balance and had to grab onto my shoulders to steady herself. Her eyes swam with tears. This was at least the third time I made my young wife cry. Marriage wasn't the place for cruelty. That was what Father had said, and I'd been certain I wasn't guilty of it. Yet cruelty came in different shapes and forms. Julia had done nothing to deserve my suspicion, my coldness, and yet she'd been punished for another's crime. I will not let you move out of our bedroom, Julia. You'll stay. Julia searched my face. Why? You don't even want to hold me at night. Fuck. The look of hurt in her eyes made me long for those whips again. Stay. I cupped her cheek. She leaned into the touch. I brushed her cheekbone. Why? Because I tell you to. She shook her head. Give me another reason. Because I want you close. Because I liked falling asleep with your strawberry scent at night. Her mouth twitched. Strawberry scent? I bent down, pressing my face into the delicious spot where her throat met her shoulder, soaking in that sweet aroma before pressing a kiss to her skin. Like a goddamn strawberry field. I don't even like strawberries. She giggled, twitching under my mouth. Who doesn't like strawberries? Me. They're false packaging. They promise sweetness, but most of the time they're sour and watery. Julia tried to squirm away from my lips that I ran over her throat, relishing in her choked laughs. Cassio, that's tickling. I lifted my head. Her eyes lit up with amusement, and just looking at her unguarded joy dispersed some of the heaviness from my soul. Nobody can resist a sweet strawberry. Yeah, I murmured. I can see that. Julia shook her head. I can't smell like strawberry. My shampoo is cherry. I chuckled. It's strawberry for me. Sure, if you order the cherry to be a strawberry, that's what it'll be. I shut her up with a kiss. Not the harsh ones beckoned by anger. A gentle kiss. She kept her eyes open, not letting me off the hook. You want me close at night? I do. Okay. No mind games, just a simple, okay. I lifted her into my arms and carried her upstairs. Cassio, shh. We'll talk afterward. She didn't argue. The moment I laid her down on the bed, she molded her body to mine.